1 2 1 2. Check 1 2. Can you hear me outside? Outside, are we available? Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me on the English relay? Can you hear me on the English relay? Microphone check. 1 2. Can you hear me on the English relay? Can you hear me? 1 2. Good. Okay.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des États.
Ladies and gentlemen, member state representatives, please have your seats so that we may start with our program. Thank you so very much.
Madame la Présidente, avec
Madam Chair, with your indulgence, we're going to start with the session of today. Honorable members of the distinguished committee, distinguished representatives of the United Nations organizations, distinguished state members, representatives, prize partners, ladies and gentlemen, dear children, all protocols observed. Very good morning. I firmly believe that you had a beautiful weekend and beautiful Sunday, and equally so, you had contributed to the local economy as well. We're going to start this morning with another activity, which is a forum on the implementations report of the African Charter by state members pertaining to the African Charter for the Right and the Welfare of the Child. Having said this, we have a formal ceremonial, and then shall we have a presentation on the procedures of the state members' reports, and subsequently we're going to have experience sharing session with all the institutions, which are the African Commission for the Human Rights of the People, which has also a system of reporting pertaining to the implementation of the African Charter for the Human Rights and the people. We also have an indelible honor of hosting Madame Allegra Franceschi, who is the secretary of a sister organ of the United Nations, a committee for the right of the child, of the children, who's going to share the experiences which they possess at the level of the Committee of the Rights of the Children. Then shall we have a session dealing with the children participation. As you are well conversant and alive to the fact that the participation of the children is one of the cardinal principles of this charter, and the committee would like that children should be consulted in the drafting of the member states' report. Stemming from this session dealing with the children participation in the member state drafting of the report, we're going to have another session on the member states' presentations. Well, namely, member states are going to buttress and share the experiences and the challenges pertaining to the drafting of the member states. And others are going to share the best practices and experiences, and equally so on how to deal with the internal processes and up to the submissions to the committee secretariat. After the lunch break, we're going to have a session on dealing with how the various actors assisting member states on the implementations of the observation, which the committee is going to direct to the member states. Second session of this afternoon will be focused on the works or activities of the economy, on the national mechanisms, on the drafting of reports, be there the report at the level of the committee or the level of the commission, the reports at the level of the United Nations organs, for instance, the periodic universal revisions. What are the processes at the level of these national mechanisms? Then afterward, we're going to have experience sharing. We firmly hope that this fora on the submission of member state report will midwife the best conclusions on how member states are going to learn from one another and in sharing the difficulties and as well as the best practices. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, for this opening ceremony, we're going to have 3 discourses. The first speech from African Child Policy Forum, which shall be read by the director of the African Child Observatory, and the second speech from the Institute of Raoul Rauhenberg of Human Rights and Humanitarian Rights, which are our dear partners in this forum on the drafting of the report of member states. And lastly, the opening ceremony from the chairwoman of ACERWC. Without further ado, I'd like to call upon Mr. Ato Ayala Shet, the director of the African Observatory, for his opening speech.
Madam Chair, honorable members of the African Committee of Experts on the Right and Welfare of the Child, honorable delegates of states, dear child participants present, distinguished representatives of national and human rights institutions, regional economic communities, development partners, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. Before my official statement, perhaps I think it's fair to say that we have heard very good feedback from those who were returning when we met them in Johannesburg about the sessions that have been carried out so far, especially in terms of their engagement, interactiveness, substance, and most importantly, the representation of children. To be honest, I think you deserve to be congratulated as a committee, as a secretariat. I think it's only fair to say that you deserve to note this very positive feedback, and we hope the subsequent session would be as equally interactive, as equally represented, and so. It's indeed a great honor and a privilege for me to deliver this opening remark on this important forum intended to promote timely and regular submission of state party reports on the implementation of the African Charter on the Right and Welfare of the Child. The African Child Policy Forum appreciates the committee for organizing this forum on a topic that is integral to its monitoring mandate. We are also honored to be able to contribute to hosting this forum and thank the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, SIDA, for the financial and technical support in doing so. We believe that the theme and issues of the discussion are timely and highly relevant to the effective execution of the mandate of the committee in both the monitoring progress and in the implementation of the Charter, as well as in providing the necessary support to state parties to fulfill their obligation. I'm also pleased to see adequate representation of state parties, RECs, national human rights institutions, civil society organizations, and most importantly, children in the hall, and believe that the wisdom that we all bring to the fore will help raise critical issues and good practices that contribute to the improved state party reporting and effective engagement of the committee with the state parties for the betterment of children. For the benefit of anyone who may not have heard about African Child Policy or interacted with us, we are a Pan-African organization of promoting child rights and child well-being in Africa. We carry out policy research and advocacy and also engage in capacity building initiatives, particularly in promoting state accountability to children by undertaking research, organizing capacity strengthening and experience sharing forums, including inter-country and inter-regional learning forums. We invest in building evidence, documenting good practices in laws, policies, and programs, as well as in children's lived experiences. Honorable Chair, honorable members and delegates, let me begin by reiterating the overarching and ultimate goal of the whole monitoring exercise of the committee, to which state party reporting is an important and integral component. Said in plain language, it is the promotion and protection of the rights enshrined in the Charter. This is yet to be manifested in all children, irrespective of who they are, from where they are, and their background, enjoying all the rights and living in dignity and violence-free environment and respectful environment. These end results are the ideals that we aspire to achieve and work towards making them lived realities for all children sooner than later. They are the ones that bind us together as a regional child rights community and inspire us to keep our minds together in pursuit of solutions to expedite their implementation and ensure that they are lived experiences and not just promises. Yes, while the path to these goals might vary depending on our context, resources at our disposal, and several other considerations, the common denominator is determination and commitment. This noble cause, however, is not a one-off exercise. Rather, it's a process that requires sustained commitment and effort to make it happen. That is where fulfillment of obligations to these commitments come into the picture, including the obligation to report to the committee. Honorable Chair, honorable members, children present, and ladies and gentlemen, the promotion of child rights, for that matter human rights, the hardest part is not ratification or fulfillment of other formalities. It's rather giving effect to the provisions and principles stipulated in the treaties. Giving effect or implementation involves taking a wide range of legal and policy administrative measures and a commitment to put in place functional mechanisms to efficiently coordinate these measures and follow their effectiveness in delivering the required services for children. That is the gray area where the African Child Policy Forum took initiative some years back to examine in a more in-depth way. The implementation process of children's rights in various countries explore how laws and policies pertaining to children are translated into action. We looked at whether or not government structure have the political, technical, and financial capacity to ensure effective child rights implementation. We examined whether interventions are well planned and coordinated to give effect to the provisions of the Charter and bring about improvements in the well-being of children. For this, we did case studies in several countries that gave us insight into the implementation process and the bottlenecks that are also partly playing a role in the state party reporting. But first, I think it's important that we recognize the commendable effort that state parties made and are continue to make in fulfillment of their obligations, not only to the Charter, but other child-related international and regional instruments. It's also equally important that we recognize the achievements that they have made in terms of putting in place laws and policies, as well as the service that they provide, particularly in the areas of health and education. What many of our studies showed is that lacking is a comprehensive long-term, widely embraced and shared strategic vision for children that's rooted in the political, social, and economic realities of their countries and inspired by the Charter. This absence is disturbing in a region where nearly half of the total population are children. Children need such a vision shared by all stakeholders in order to give them a central place in national development strategies, policies, plans, and implementation practices. This includes putting in place functional mechanisms for tracking progress, identifying challenges, and using the lessons to further improve them and deliver the commitment to children, including reporting to the committee. Such functional mechanism also makes state party reporting easier and beneficial in many respects. Honorable Chair, honorable members of the committee, children present, and ladies and gentlemen, the Charter in its Article 43 didn't mince words in obliging states to report to the committee and goes further in giving guidance to ensure that the report contains sufficient information to provide the committee with the comprehensive understanding of the implementation of the Charter. It also hints at indicating factors and difficulties in fulfilling those obligations. In the face of child rights violations expanding both in terms of breadth and depth in the continent, the committee's close engagement with state parties is crucial to address these emerging challenges. The key question is how state parties can do it better and in what way they can benefit from the process. As you have rightly put it in the information note of this forum, it's crucial to find out solutions to overcome the barriers and ensure timely and regular state party reporting and their consideration by the committee. It would also help identify opportunities in mobilizing partnerships in the process of report preparation to reduce the burden and systematize the state party report preparation and submission. Ladies and gentlemen, state party reporting goes beyond fulfilling obligations. Indeed, it is an effective internal tool to expedite implementation and deliver on the commitments to children. It allows states to take stock of the situation of children and identify gaps in implementation. It also offers unique opportunity for consultation and dialogue and partnership with key stakeholders, including children themselves, and serve as a mechanism for mobilizing the much-needed public support in expediting the implementation of the Charter. ACPF, as a Pan-African organization, is ready to support in this exercise as much as its capacity can allow in complying with the reporting obligation. It would also lend its model child rights observatory to help set up mechanisms to systematically gather information to be used in the state party reporting. And finally, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the committee, children present, and ladies and gentlemen, let's not see reporting as a cumbersome process of just ticking a box from the list of reporting obligations. Rather, let's see it from the myriads of benefits it has in helping states to facilitate implementation of the Charter through regularly taking stock, identifying challenges, and using the lessons to improve the implementation of the child rights implementation stipulated in the Charter. Let's see it from the perspective of opportunity it creates for engagement with key stakeholders, including children, and rallying them toward the realization of the ideals of the Charter. Most importantly, let's see it as a measure intended to enhance effectiveness of child rights implementation and give effect to the provisions and principles of the Charter. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Atu Ayaset, for your opening speech. And thank you so very much once more again. You have drafted you have undergirded that drafting a report on the Charter is not a simple formality. One needs to make an introspection on the situation of the welfare of the children, and this enables member states to have an advisory on a form of recommendations and observations from all the 11 members of the committee who are experts who were duly elected based on their own competencies. Therefore, it is a propitious moment for the member state to take stock of these free advisories. Thank you once more again for your opening speech. And you have, since yesterday morning, noted that the implementation of 2063 agenda and the blueprint program, which is the unique market of aviation transport, is not implemented. It's not a fait accompli because you missed your own flight, and the protocol of a free circulation has been besmirched in your case as well. However, notwithstanding those circumstances, you joined us this early morning to undertake your opening speech. Thank you so very much for your support once more again. The second speaker of today is Mr. Chris Mutare, who's the regional director, the Deputy Director General of the Institute Raoul Wennerberg of the Human Rights and Humanitarian Rights. He is one of the partners of the committee in various domains, and namely the organization of this forum. I therefore call forward Mr. Chris for your circumstantial speech. Thank you, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you, moderator. Your Excellency, the chairperson of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, distinguished experts of the African Committee, honorable representatives of member states, partners from the African Child Policy Forum, UN agencies, national human rights institutions, civil society and academic institutions, colleagues and friends, a very good morning to you all. It's both our privilege and our responsibility to join our hosts, the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child and the African Child Policy Forum in opening this vital forum on the state party reporting and implementation of the African Children's Charter. As we commemorate 35 years of the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, this forum represents a critical moment for us to move from reflection to renewed action. The theme of this anniversary, to reflect, renew, recommit, finds its most practical expression in the very subject of our meeting today, the State Party Report. Often we discuss reporting in technical terms, guidelines, and submissions, but we must never forget that these reports are at their heart a covenant with Africa's children. They are state's official narrative of its journey to uphold the promises of the Charter. When a report is due or overdue, a chapter in that story remains unwritten. When it's submitted, it opens the door to constructive dialogue that can shape national policies and ultimately transform children's lives. For those that may not be familiar with us, the Raoul Wallenberg Institute of Human Rights and Humanitarian Law, RWI in short, is an independent academic institution working to contribute to a wider understanding of and respect for human rights and international humanitarian law. Established at Lund University, which is in the south of Sweden in 1984, we have for over 4 decades now worked across the globe with a significant and enduring presence in Africa for most of that time. We began our capacity development activities in Africa in the 1990s and established our regional office in Nairobi in 2002, followed by an office in Harare and most recently a presence in Addis Ababa, allowing us to deepen our engagement through numerous regional bilateral and sub-regional programs. Our work is anchored across several thematic areas. Some include rule of law and access to justice, human rights and the environment, business and human rights, international humanitarian law, and a cross-cutting thematic area on non-discrimination and inclusion. Our Regional Africa program, which is led from our regional office in Nairobi, specifically focuses on increasing implementation of decisions, recommendations from regional human rights bodies across Africa. For this work, we are profoundly grateful for the generous and strategic funding from the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, SIDA, which allows us to work as a committed partner in strengthening the ecosystem of human rights protection, an ecosystem in which robust reporting is a fundamental pillar. Through our work, we have seen firsthand that the reporting process is not a bureaucratic burden, but a powerful catalyst for change. It compels a whole of government review. It creates formal spaces for civil society, for national human rights institutions, for academic institutions to contribute their vital perspectives. And most importantly, it's an indispensable mechanism for ensuring meaningful participation of children, allowing their voices to be heard in the halls of power. We are under no illusions about the challenges, the constraints of coordination, limited technical capacity, and competing national priorities are very real. But today is our collective opportunity to confront these challenges with honesty and with a solutions-oriented mindset. This forum is a safe space for sharing these difficulties so that we can collectively mobilize the right partnerships and targeted support. Therefore, my call to action today is threefold. To our member state representatives, I hope that we use this day to listen, but also to articulate our specific needs, that we leave here with clear, actionable way forward and understanding of what we require to move forward. To my fellow partners and stakeholders, let us pledge to better coordinate our support, aligning it with national priorities to avoid duplication and maximize impact. And thirdly, to all of us collectively, to recommit to viewing the reporting process not as an end in itself, but as the beginning of a continuous cycle of implementation, monitoring, and improvement. The Raoul Wallenberg Institute reaffirms its commitment to walking this path with you. We stand ready to provide our expertise and support, and look forward to our continued partnership with the African Committee of Experts. I wish all of us a profoundly productive and collaborative forum. Thank you for your kind attention.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chris, for your circumstantial speech. The message is crystal clear, and there's no any iota of doubt that it's inspiring and holding a renewing message for the protection of children of Africa. Well, the system of the drafting of reports, it cannot be done because we do not have the report as yet. Because when we analyze the recommendations that a committee can buttress to a member state for a better implementation of a charter, this can be a double-edged sword for having not benefited from these recommendations. Thank you once more again for your speech, which is going to nurture our future exchanges. Thank you. I would like, therefore, to give the floor to Madam, the chairperson of the Committee of Experts for the Right and the Welfare of the Child, for her opening speech with regard to the member states. Thank you so very much, Mr. Philippe.
Excellencies, representative of member states, Mr. Mikona, Director of African Child Observatory, ACPF, Mr. Chris Muturi, Deputy Regional Director of Raoul Wallenberg Institute of Human Rights and Humanitarian Law, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning. I'm honored to once again welcome to the 46th ordinary session of the committee, and specifically to the State Party Reporting Forum and the experience sharing with national mechanism for reporting and follow-up. Allow me to begin by expressing the committee's deepest appreciation and gratitude to the African Child Policy Forum and the Raoul Wallenberg Institute for supporting the two events we will be having today. Your continued support and collaboration is a true reflection of your commitment for the promotion and protection of children's rights and your value to the mandate of this committee. The State Party Reporting Forum comes timely as we celebrate the 35th anniversary of the Charter, that we visit one of its most potent monitoring tools. It also comes as a critical time where some progress has been achieved in receiving State Party reports after a year and a half of not receiving any reports. Honorable member, distinguished guests, as we are all aware, Article 43 of the Charter requires state parties to submit an initial report after 2 years of ratification and a periodic report every 3 years thereafter. Currently, only 43 of the 51 state parties of the Charter have submitted their initial report. Only 25 of those 43 who have submitted their initial report have followed up with their periodic reports. That means 8 state parties have never reported on their implementation of the Charter, and 18 state parties have not reported once. As a consequence of lack of meeting the periodicity of the reporting obligation, some of the reports are overdue by up of 15 years. There has been a sharp decline in the submission of state party reports between 2023 and 2025. This alarming regression compelled the committee to employ various strategies to encourage timely and effectively reporting by states. It's therefore under this context that this forum is being convened. However, it's encouraging to note that since we start our engagement with state parties of the preparation of the forum, 1 initial report and 4 periodic reports have been officially submitted. That's the good news for this session and for also the other sessions. Honorable distinguished guests, this forum seeks to enhance awareness about the state party reporting obligations and procedures and elaborate on its added value for all stakeholders involved. Crucially, the committee seeks to identify good practices and challenges in the submission of timely state party report within the statutory timelines. We also hope to identify the role of various stakeholders and mobilize partnerships to support state parties in their process of developing their reports. To achieve those goals, we have strategically invited state parties who are yet to submit their initial report and those whose periodic reports have been overdue by over than years. This is without prejudice to the Arab Republic of Egypt, as well as the Gambia that submitted their reports after they had already been invited for this forum. We are desirous to hear directly from state parties as the primary duty varies on their experiences, challenges, and perceptions on state party reporting. As you reflect during the forum, we would like to understand the processes that unfold when your respective states develop your state party report, the mechanism you have in place for reporting, and some challenges you encounter in this process. We are also very keen to hear what arrangements are currently underway to prepare and submit your overdue reports, and eagerly look forward to hear and indicate time of when the reports could be submitted. Home members, distinguished guests, the impetus of our focus on reporting also lies on the importance it has for states themselves. State party reporting procedure is a critical tool for states to assess the level of implementation of the Charter in their respective jurisdictions, an opportunity to share their best practices, learn from the experiences of other states, and enhance partnership and the resources mobilization for enhanced implementation. Recognizing that state party reporting should be consultative and inclusive. We have also invited children, civil society organizations, national human rights institutions, and our partners in the United Nations to bring perspective and galvanize collaboration or reporting. We also have representatives of the African Commission on Human Rights and People Rights and UN Committee on the Right of the Child to share experiences and possibly strategize on collective action to achieve the core objective of the forum. Honourable members, distinguished guests, I therefore invite everyone to feel free and to participate with patience. This report is intended to be consultative and inform evidence-based effort, future effort. Therefore, the platform is truly for participants, especially the representative of state parties, as the primary duty barriers under the Charter. We were very pleased by the overwhelming support we received from state parties when we sent out the invitation for this forum. Your outpouring of support is a good indicator of what the next 35 years of the Charter will look like. With this monumental display of political will to reflect, renew, and recommit, I'm very confident that we can turn to the tide on the status of reporting under the Charter. I thank you for all your attention and wish you fruitful forum. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. Madam, the chairperson, you have not declared open the forum.
De ces trois allocutions de nos partenaires ACPF.
From the three speeches I declare formally this forum open. From this celebrational session of the 35th anniversary of the Charter. Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. This speech of Madam the Chairwoman has ended this brief opening session ceremony. We are 15 minutes behind our time. We shall try and capture them in the next session. Therefore, I'm going to give the floor to Madam the Chairperson to preside over the next session on the presentation of the Secretariat with regard to what it means to member states, the children, and other actors. Therefore, my colleague Zuridini, Madam the Chairperson, you presiding, thank you for giving me the floor. Once more again, I'd like to thank the representative of CPF. Therefore, without further ado, I will call upon Mr. Zoletini of the who is of the Secretary of ACERWC, who is going to give us ample details on the relevance of the procedures of state members' declaration. What does it mean with regard to the place of the children and other stakeholders? And I'm calling upon Madame Allegra Frank-Chatti, who really embellished this committee by being here, who's the representative of the Committee of the Children in Geneva, who's going to share experiences with regard to the reporting of member states at the level of the Committee of the Right of the Children. Equally, I'm calling upon Mr. Merd of the Dufour's focal point on the reporting of member states, who's going to take the floor on the experience sharing on the Commission of Human Rights and the Rights of People. Mr. Jalev, therefore, please join us here so that we may start with this session. Therefore, Dr. Ayalo, I am informed that Mr. Solitini will be given 10 minutes of presentation. And with regard to the representation of the rights of the children and the African Commission, you're going to be granted 15 minutes. I thank you. You have the floor, Mr. Solitini. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Excellencies, esteemed delegates, and dear children. My name is Zwelithini Eugene Klaba, and I am a technical expert at the Secretariat working on the State Party Reporting Procedure. Yes, thank you. So I will speak briefly about the State Party Reporting Procedure under the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. I will reflect briefly on the core obligations, but importantly, I will try to demonstrate the significance of the state party reporting procedures to state parties, as well as to children and other stakeholders. Just as a caveat, I will try to not venture into the territory of our child representative who will be speaking on behalf of the children of the continent this afternoon. So the focus will definitely be more on the state parties themselves and their obligations and the significance of reporting under the Charter. Next slide, please. So as we are all aware, the state party reporting obligations obtained from Article 43 of the Charter, which simply can be broken down into about 4 core obligations. The first one under sub-article 1A being for all state parties to submit an initial state party report within 2 years of the entry into force of the Charter. The second one under sub-article 1B is for all state parties to submit a periodic state party report every 3 years thereafter. The other 2 obligations relate to the content and substance of the state party reports, with Article 43(2)A requiring that every report contain information and measures on the information, sufficient information on the measures adopted to give effect to the Charter. And finally, for the state parties to indicate the factors and difficulties, if any, on their fulfillment of the Charter. Next slide, please. And so, using its powers under Article 38 of the Charter, the committee adopted rules as well as guidelines in the form of the guidelines on state party reporting to further illustrate as well as interpret the obligations under Article 43 of the Charter. And this introduces a few elements. The first one is relating to the content of state reports. A challenge that often persists is state parties simply reporting on legislative measures in their countries as an achievement or as a measure of giving effect to the Charter, but the committee in its guidelines requests more information, including that of the most relevant judicial and administrative measures that are currently in force. The second one is that the committee requests information on the process related to the preparation of the report, its validation, as well as its adoption by the political organs. It also requests information on the mechanisms or the people that are responsible for the preparation of the report, as well as their contact details to continue the dialogue even after the process of the presentation of the report. The next one is on the requirement to effectively consult and include children in the process of the preparation of the report, that information also has to be reflected in the text of the report. And finally, the guidelines also introduce a sense of flexibility for state parties who have just recently reported to the United Nations Committee on the Rights of Children. That information can be adapted and presented in your report to the African Committee, reflecting those core obligations under the Charter. Next slide, please. Yes, I will now briefly speak about the procedure on state party reporting and how it unfolds. It starts obviously with the submission of the report by the state party, and thereafter the secretary of the committee is required to share the report with stakeholders to enable them to provide their input in the form of alternative and complementary reports. This is a process that involves civil society organizations, child rights organizations, the national human rights institutions, and also other independent child rights bodies. Thereafter, those institutions submit their complementarity and alternative reports, and they are expected to do so within a certain timeline to enable the secretary to proceed with the next stage of the procedure, which would be the preparation of a list of issues in which the committee identifies priorities for the dialogue that will occur between the state party and the committee during the ordinary session when it presents its report. This is then followed by the notification of the state party by the secretary of when and where their report will be presented. Thereafter, the state party has to, by virtue of the rules of procedure, also inform the committee of the delegation that will be presenting their report. This is then followed by the actual presentation of the report at the ordinary session of the committee, which is followed by a dialogue between the committee and the state parties on those priority issues that were identified in the list of issues. The committee is then obliged to adopt and issue concluding observations on the report that was presented by the state party. The concluding observations primarily involves an identification of the challenges that the committee noted in the issues presented by the state party, an identification of positive developments that have been reflected by the state, as well as recommendations for areas of improvement, which the state party will have to provide written comments on subsequent to the receipt of the concluding observations. Next slide, please. And so, regarding the status of state reporting currently, my apologies, this picture is not quite visible, but it is available on the website of the committee as well as on all of the social media platforms. 43 state parties have submitted their state reports to the committee. 22 of those have submitted both their initial reports as well as their periodic reports, which means currently 21 states have only submitted one report to the committee, being their initial report. But importantly, there are 8 state parties who have not submitted their initial reports, which is also one of the reasons why we are having this engagement to ensure that we can achieve a universal reporting under the Charter. Next slide, please. And so on the significance of the state party reporting procedure, this is what the committee had to say in its guidelines on the significance of the procedure to state parties. Next slide, please. And so I've also identified a couple of reasons why the state party reporting procedure is incredibly important to state parties. The first one is that it represents one of the few ways in which state parties can exploit the technical expertise of the committee through the various levels of review involved in the procedure. The committee can make tailor-made recommendations that identify areas of improvement for the state party. Also exploiting the second opinion, if you will, that the state party reporting procedure provides for state parties. There is also, as a matter of fact, scientific evidence which is peer-reviewed, demonstrating that states that participate in their state reporting obligations are likely to have a better human rights record. And I'll be happy to share that research after this. The second issue is that the state party reporting procedure is a process that allows for a lot of external and public scrutiny for the state party, which demonstrates an openness to accountability and which bolsters the state party's credibility when it comes to its human rights obligations and the political tenor that the state party has towards them. The next issue is that because the state party reporting procedure is inherently unilateral, it allows the state party a process of self-review and control over its own human rights performance and the perceptions that arise from that. And so when a state party engages in its reporting process, it is able to control its own narrative and it has the tangible data on hand. The next benefit is that the state party reporting procedure provides an opportunity for intimate dialogue between the state party and the committee throughout the various opportunities for discussion before and after the presentation of its report. Finally, the state party reporting procedure enables collaboration between the state party itself, the CSOs, the civil society organizations in the state party, as well as the national human rights institutions and the children themselves, if done correctly, in a way in which the CSOs and the NHRIs and the children themselves are effectively engaged and consulted through the process of preparing the report. Next slide, please. And so in light of the status of reporting on the continent right now, the committee is involved in various measures to ensure that there is an improvement on the rate and extent of the submission and preparation of state party reports. And I will speak briefly about 3 initiatives currently being rolled out right now. As part of this, this activity also is part of a broader advocacy that the committee is involved in for timely and effective reporting, using a various array of strategic engagement as well as diplomatic initiatives. An example is the bilateral advocacy forums that were previously convened at the beginning of this session and that will continue to be rolled out while this advocacy takes place. Secondly, the specific focus on the 8 state parties that have not yet submitted their reports is also part of that rigorous and robust push for universal reporting under the Charter, which the committee believes is very possible and to which the committee is committed to continue rigorously and robustly engaging with state parties. Finally, the committee is in the process of initiating a simplified reporting procedure that would centralize the list of issues process. The arrangements are currently underway to finalize the legal framework concerning that procedure, but at the very least, a state party would have to have submitted the initial report to be considered for this simplified reporting procedure. Next slide, please. Finally, in light of the status of reporting as well as the initiatives that the committee is currently involved in, what is currently being requested from state parties. Firstly, and most importantly, is for those that have not done so to submit their initial or periodic report as soon as possible, so that they can then submit the next one within the stipulated timeline. But secondly, the committee requests the cooperation of state parties to the advocacy initiatives that I have just spoken about, whether this be through the request of field and advocacy missions, or whether this be through the request for the bilateral meetings that we've been engaged in, or any advocacy measure rather that the committee is currently involved in to achieve the objectives that I previously reflected on. The committee also requests and relies on the designation of focal points that are responsible for state party reporting to ensure that engagements are seamless, and also to be consistently made aware of the progress that the state party is making on the preparation of the overdue report. Finally, again, on the process that I spoke about earlier, which is introduced in the state reporting guidelines, state parties that have recently done so, which have the information that is still fresh and relevant, can adapt that information and present it in their state party report to the committee. Madam Chair, Your Excellencies, esteemed delegates, and dear children, thank you for your attention, and my apologies, Chair, if I have taken too much time.
Merci. Merci Zweltini du secrétariat du comité. Vous avez effectivement planté le décor pour nous et pour les représentants des États partis ici par rapport au rappel qui...
You have actually kick-started all the processes for us and the member states, from the data collection and equally as well from the usage of this buttressing of which the member states should have vis-a-vis the different documents and tools of the committee, mainly the rules and the orientations, directives adopted by the member states. Equally, this reporting cycle is paramount for us, because you reminded us that from the initial report, there are these criteria of timeliness of 3 years, which is very important in the spirit of the implementation of the Charter. And the implementation of the Charter observes the 3 years period. And the more member state will accumulate more time, and a longer timeline to present the periodic report, they will face more challenges and pertaining to encapsulating all the data in this very period. Another criterion and another important dimension is the incorporation of all the stakeholders, namely civil society organizations. I believe the member states and all the people who are here have understood that the first indicators of the implementation of the Charter pertains to this reporting. Once more again, thank you so very much, Mr. Zeritini. We are going to move with the communication from Madame Allegra, Secretary of the Committee of the Right of the Children at the level of the UN, who's going to share the experiences on the sharing of the report by the member state. Madame Allegra, you have the floor.
Honorable members of the committee, distinguished delegates, dear child representatives, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to be here today, and I would like to thank in this regard the African Committee of Experts and the Secretariat for this kind invitation. My name is Allegra Franchetti. I'm the Secretary of the Committee on the Rights of the Child, and I work for the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, and which is based in Geneva, Switzerland. So due to the limited time, I'll be quite brief in some parts of my presentation. So my presentation is focusing on a state reporting procedure with the Committee on the Rights of the Child, the status of reporting by states in the African region, how the committee navigated low levels of state reporting, stakeholders with whom it worked, possible avenues for collaboration, and then some recommendation. Starting with the state reporting procedure, I'll be very fast because they were very good, especially on why to prepare reports. There have been excellent presentation before me. With reference, okay, so I'll go fast on this background information. I'll just mention that the Convention on the Rights of the Child has almost universal ratification. It has been ratified by all states in the world apart from one, United States of America, which has only signed but has ratified the two optional protocols. Therefore, and then there are also the first two optional protocols on sale of children and children in armed conflict, which also have a reporting procedure, but only for initial reports. So under the free instruments, so mainly under the convention, states parties are asked to submit first an initial report 2 years after ratification, and then reports every 5 years. In this regard, the committee has prepared some reporting procedure instructions for states on how to submit reports, first on initial reports and then periodic, and then on how to submit the initial reports under the two optional protocols. So this was what was the traditional way of reporting. So when state parties submitted a report under with this procedure, then they will receive a list of issues. So this list of issues is a series of questions to clarify what's in the report, and also to add new issues that are not mentioned in the report. And then the state party is asked to reply to this list of issues within 3 months, and then it will be, in principle, reviewed within 6 months after receiving this list of issues. The committee started with the simplified reporting procedure, first as a pilot, on a pilot basis, so with a limited number of countries, around 2019. And then in 2023, it took the decision to adopt this simplified reporting procedure as the standard mechanism for reporting. And states parties could choose to opt out if they so wished within 6 months. In this regard, the African region has really welcomed this simplified reporting procedure because of the 13 states that opted out, only 2 are from the African region. So this simplified reporting procedure will imply for the state party to report only once. So the state party will receive from the committee what's called a list of issues prior to reporting, which consists of up to 30 questions Following this is applicable only to periodic reports. So it follows the concluding observations, the previous concluding observations format. So what was done to implement the various issues contained in the previous recommendations. And then also it adds new issues if they are relevant. So the state party will receive this list of issues prior to reporting, and then it should submit a report within 1 year from receiving this list of issues. Once the report is received, then the state party is due to be reviewed within 6 months from when the report is received. So this, as said, reduces the reporting status, the reporting for the state party to 2 stages to only 1. And it allows also to be considered in a sort of priority way. So this procedure has been applied so far for a dozen of countries, and it has worked quite well. However, there are a few challenges at the moment. So firstly, the committee has received a big number of reports. However, due to firstly the crisis, the COVID crisis, and then now there is a new crisis, the UN liquidity crisis. So some of the sessions of the committee, which meets 3 times a year in Geneva for a period of 3 weeks of session, have been cancelled. So there is quite a huge number of reports that have been accumulating and have been creating what's called the backlog of reports pending consideration. So this backlog was up to 90 reports at a stage. Then now it's down to 57. But due to the fact that sessions have been cancelled in 2025, so this year the committee met only twice, and probably will be also 1 session will be cancelled in 2026. This means that when a report is received, it will take at least 3-4 years for the committee to review it. So in this regard, the committee, although it has taken this decision to adopt the simplified reporting procedure as the standard procedure, it was not able to implement it yet, and it had to block this, the issuance of list of issues prior to reporting, and is starting again only now in December. Morocco, for instance, will be one of the countries to receive a list of issues prior to reporting in December, and then hopefully Botswana will be in the second round, hopefully in March. So more information, it's available on a link that is in the slide. So you can find all the information about the simplified reporting procedure, and there is a specific information for states parties and for stakeholders, so for all the partners that are helping the committee with alternative reports, and also for children. So with reference to the status of reporting of African states, all the initial reports under the convention have been received. So now the committee is only dealing with the respect to the convention with periodic reports. So there is a number of overdue reports. However, at the moment, also the committee is becoming guilty of causing some of the reports to start being overdue because it has not been able to issue list of issues prior to the reporting in the last 2 years as it was supposed to do. However, there is a very big number of reports that are overdue, initial reports are overdue under the 2 optional protocols. So for the optional protocol on sale of children are 47 initial reports overdue, of which 25 are from the African region. And for the one on children involved in armed conflict, it's 36 reports overdue, of which 20 are from the African region. In order to overcome this challenge, the committee took the decision to develop some standard list of issues prior to reporting for the optional protocols that are in a easier that are much easier with respect to the reporting guidelines, which were quite complicated, and it was found it was one of the reasons for states parties not to report, because especially the one on sale of children, it's a very technical optional protocol, and the reporting guidelines were really technical and complicated. So for this reason, the committee decided to develop this standard list of issues, which are a bit more approachable, and it will be easier to report. So at the moment, whenever the committee is issuing list of issues for states parties that have already reported, then the committee will also send to the states that have not submitted yet an initial report. It will also send this standard list of issues prior to reporting for the 2 optional protocol. And one example is now for the Kingdom of Lesotho, that has just received the list of issues for its report that was submitted quite a few years ago to the committee, but has also received these 2 standard list of issues prior to reporting. And then it has the choice to either prepare the replies to the list of issues and come for the review only for the convention, or to also prepare the initial reports under the 2 optional protocol with this facilitated easier format, and then to come, instead of at the hopefully session of September, to come in 2027 with all 3 reports. So another issue was how the committee navigated low levels of state reporting. Firstly, the committee works very closely with UNICEF country offices that assist states parties in preparing reports, and also briefs delegations when they come to Geneva. And then, very importantly, as the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights also developed a program of capacity building following a resolution of the General Assembly, which was established in 2015. This program sees the creation of a capacity building section with a core group in Geneva, and then, most importantly, capacity building officers based in each regional office of OHCHR. And for the African region, there are 4 of such offices in Dakar for West Africa, Yaoundé for Central Africa, in Addis Ababa for East Africa, and Pretoria for Southern Africa. So this program carries out a variety of capacity building activities. So general assistance to states with ratification, reporting, and follow-up. And then support for the establishment and effective functioning of national mechanism for reporting and follow-up. Due to limited time, and as I understand it, there are some sessions this afternoon on this national mechanism. I will not speak too much about them. I would just like to highlight that the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights issued a report on its experience with national mechanisms for reporting and follow-up in Southern Africa. So this is, it looks at the experience with 10 of this national mechanism. And so there is a link to this report also on the PowerPoint. So it's a good reading to see how this effectively worked. So obviously the main stakeholders to work to enhance timely reporting by states will be this national mechanism. Another tool that was developed by the Office of the High Commissioner is the National Recommendation Tracking Database. So this is an online database which records, tracks, and reports on the implementation of human rights recommendation. So all the recommendations issued by human rights mechanism, such as treaty bodies, the Universal Periodic Review, special procedure, can be observed and recorded in this online tool. This tool will also allow the data that is in this database to be used for preparing reports to the treaty bodies and also to the committee, but also if the national mechanism can put also input from with the recommendation of the African Committee of Experts, then this will allow also to gather data on the recommendation of the African Committee. And so this will be also one of the recommendations, and the office it's also looking at this possibility. So I'm afraid my time is... So avenues for collaboration. So in 2018, Memorandum of Understanding was signed between the African Union and the UN. And in 2023, there was the development of a joint framework on human rights between the African Union and the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. So this framework on human rights also has a part on promoting ratification, domestication, and implementation of regional, continental, and international human rights instruments. So it could be the perfect also way to proceed jointly on working also on reporting. And then particularly in the context of the Memorandum of Understanding signed by the two committees, so the African Committee of Experts and the Committee on the Rights of Child in 2023, there are quite a few avenues which could be taken to help on strengthening the cooperation. And firstly, will be to try and synchronize the reporting process. So for a state to be able to prepare a report at the same time for the Committee on the Rights of the Child and the Committee of the African Committee of Experts by using data data available, and this data could come from reports prepared for treaty bodies, from reports prepared for the Universal Periodic Review, and also from the voluntary reports on sustainable development goals. Another way of cooperation between the two committees will be the follow-up visits carried out by the African Committee. Regrettably, the Committee on the Rights of the Child doesn't have such a follow-up procedure. So maybe there could be the possibility of carrying out some joint missions to look to assess the level of compliance by states, and then use cross-reference each other, also by using UN tools such as the Human Rights Index, where also the recommendation of the African Committee of Experts could be included. So to conclude, and then definitely the main avenue for collaboration also, it's the support provided by our office and UNICEF offices at regional and country level, and together with the UN country team as well. Finally, to conclude, the African Committee of Experts could encourage states, obviously, to establish or strengthen standing national mechanisms for reporting or follow-up, and then encourage states to provide this mechanism with the necessary human and technical and financial resources. To use more systematically this national recommendation tracking database, as this it's very helpful, in particular to gather, to extrapolate data and information for the preparations of reports. To try to have a simultaneous reporting process between the two committees, so states parties only have to do the work to gather all data once and not twice, and then use a all mechanism approach, so use data from CRC reports, the UPR reports, and the reports on the voluntary report for the systematic development goals. So I think this concludes my recommendation, so I'm open to all your questions. And I really thank you again, the African Committee of Experts, for this invitation. And it's really nice to be here and to see this very warm atmosphere. As in Geneva, sometimes we can be a bit, appear a bit cold, but I really like the atmosphere here. So thank you very much.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Madame Franchetti. For for the flowers that you have enchanted us with pertaining to the atmosphere of this session, and also in Africa. The more we work hardly, we work in collegiality equally. I thank you once more again for having articulated these processes pertaining to the reporting. It enables us as a committee to, and also the representative of member states, to compare this reporting system in between the two committees, the Committee of the Children's Rights and ACERWC as a regional committee. Thank you equally for having presented to us some statistics data concerning African countries, a large number of African countries. I think it's more than 50% of reports which reach the level of the Committee of Children's Rights are submitted by African countries. It says a lot for us. It is an indicator which is very pertinent. It is not any deficit whatsoever with regard to an interest pertaining to the right of children. However, it is a form of priority. This is exactly what we are trying to work on for this kind of a memorandum, which is very quintessential for us, and we would like to explore the various areas of reporting and follow-up. Thank you very much. I should not speak a lot in French, therefore, without further ado, we have a last communication, which is going to be buttressed by a legal expert, focal point, Mr. Mohammed Jalai bin Abdul. You have the floor, sir. You have the floor, sir. Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. Indulge me, Madam Chair, from the onset to express my joy and the indelible pleasure that I caress in being with you here. I equally would like to thank warmly the Committee of Experts, Madam Chair, Professor Kara, Dr. Ayalu, the Executive Secretary, my colleague Zoletin, and the whole of Secretariat for having given me this august podium to enable me to exchange with all the participant member states, national civil society organizations, NGOs on the thematic of state reporting. One thing that we should keep in our mind, stemming from my presentation, let us concur, let us agree on the different dimensions which imply the submission of a periodic report. Let us concur on the fact that this reporting vis-a-vis African organs of human rights is a legal obligation which is incumbent to member states, the countries, the very countries that have ratified the African Charter of the rights of human rights and the people, and the African Charter for the Children's Rights, Article 62 and 43. We are all alive to the legal rules, parta servanda. Member states are obligated to observe their own obligations with regard to the international tools. The first dimension, therefore, is the legal obligation. The second one, the submission of periodic report is a political signal from the member state. Therefore, member states, when they are submitting the periodic reports on the implementation of human rights, as per the Banjul Charter or the Children's Charter, are sending a political will which is very strong with regard to their commitments and the respect, the observance of the human rights in general. And the third tenet, or the third dimension, the submission of the periodic report, it is a momentous occasion. to identify the gaps with regard to the promotion and protection of human rights, and equally so the means to cross the gaps. Therefore, in submitting periodic reports, the country under review will know the main and the questions where necessary efforts are important, and shall receive recommendations and suggestions pertaining to essential means so as to eventually close the gaps. Fourth, we shall say that the fourth tenet, the state reporting, is an opportunity for the exchange of better practices, the best practices, not only on the country under review, but equally other countries who are supporting on this very exercise. The member state to the Banjul Charter or the African Charter may identify the best practices that they're going to adopt subsequently, and eventually to inspire, to get inspired on what is being accomplished here and there for the betterment of the promotion of human rights at the national level. In a nutshell, we shall say that this very exercise is profitable to the ensemble of the member state. The countries would have they discharge themselves of the legal obligations for the other member states. The NGOs and civil society organizations and national human rights commissions, the submission of the periodic report enables to advance the promotion and protection of human rights at the national level. This is an important step which stems from the mandate of the National Human Rights Commission, and equally as well the organ of the human rights, the Committee of Experts, the Banjul Commission. The submission of periodic report will enable them to discharge of their mandate pertaining to the protection and promotion of the human rights at the regional scale. We should understand ourselves on this. We should establish a harmony, a consonance in this regard. With regard to the procedure of the state reporting at the level of this, the Commission of Banjul, I would like to invite you to consult the document buttress on the screen. The Commission has published a guidance note in 2023, available on the internet. This document explicates in a detailed way the status of reporting in Banjul, and it is equally available on the internet. I'm not going to delve into this issue.
On state reporting? Thank you. The table. Donc, s'agissant maintenant.
With regard to the submission report of the periodic report of the African Commission of the Human Rights under the People.
At the occasion of every public session of the results of Banjul, we produce this document, a document that is being updated continuously, very colored document with a green part, a part that is less green, and a part that is not green at all. So the green part brings together the states that are up to date in terms of reporting, the periodic reporting. And you can see as colors is changing, the status is changing. We have at the bottom of the board 6 member states that have not yet sent an initial report. And these are indeed non-reporting states. And we have 7 of them that are up to date, 4 in progress, and some with 2 or 4 reports behind. So this is the idea. This is the picture, rather, with members who are indeed bound to submit reports. With the Commission of Banjul, what is the Commission of Banjul doing to improve the situation, to improve the results of member states in terms of periodic reporting? generally, we have advocacy activities. The Commission misses no opportunity when it works with the member states to remind them of the obligations in terms of submission of reports, bilateral exchanges, but also the participation in regional fora. The Commission misses no opportunity to remind member states the importance of submitting reports. Now, when it comes to states that are in the red or orange category for 2026, there are advocacy visits that have been planned for members that have not yet submitted reports. So there will be two levels. A political level will have the country rapporteur that will engage the government in order to remind them of their obligations with regards to periodic reporting. On the technical level, the Secretariat of KDHP will try and exchange or engage with the necessary, with the countries in questions in order to have workshops and to look at the challenges that they're facing in terms of reporting and analysis. So, second element, the Commission adopted the resolution 566. It's a resolution 566. It's a quite ambitious development. The idea, you may read it, 566. It's on the website. The idea is to say if the countries are not coming with periodic reporting, the Commission could go towards the member states to obtain the reports. Let me explain. For member states that have not yet submitted initial reports, the Commission could inverse steps and adopt issues prior to the session. The Commission could encourage, or rather boost member states to respond, and which responses could be considered as a periodic report in question. The legal background exists, however, it's not been used by the Commission yet. However, it may happen soon. The main actor is the state party that has to oblige, in terms of its requirements to submit reports and submit final observations. However, other state parties have a role to play, such as the civil society. So we have the advocacy in terms of periodic reporting. And here, I'd like to ask institutions and members of the civil society to ask and to push for a periodic reporting. When it comes to reporting, state parties and members of civil societies should be invited into the drafting of reports. The third area is the sending of alternative report. And this will allow the committee to have first-hand information, and if you may allow me, to have another perspective with regards to the implementation when it comes to human rights. When it comes to institutional cooperation, in my view, the Commission of Banjul being part of this panel is already a very positive point. And we need to speak to the committee with regards to the procedures in terms of the analysis of periodic reports. This can only be beneficial for both institutions. Well, I do not have specific recommendations to the committee. However, these are recommendations that we're already talking about internally. We are facing difficulties when it comes to financial and human resources. This does not make our task easy when it comes to the analysis of periodic reports. The Commission of Banjul planned 4 reports in the October, the last October meeting, and we reached our limit of our processing capacity, and therefore it is, I would hardly imagine that we'll talk about 5 reports with the current capacity. I have so much respect for the committee of experts that will look into the report, and I would like to hear your perspective, because if the analysis of reports at national level is difficult, you would imagine that the analysis at the organs level is also difficult, bearing in mind the financial and human resources available. So I would say that the main issue for party states have a reporting fatigue, being solicited by various organs at the same time, at UN level, treaty organs, and universal periodic review. You also have the Banjul and Maseru Charter. You have the African Charter on democracy and governance, on election and governance as well. So the states are being solicited by various parties to submit their reports, and this brings about a reporting fatigue, as I said. Please allow me to bring in a nuance as far as this is concerned. Of course, it will always be able to find an exit route. I have noted the idea mentioned by the colleagues and previous speakers when it comes to copying agendas in terms of submissions between CRC and the Committee of Experts, because at the end it is the same report that will be presented to the Committee of Experts, same as the report of Banjul, for the Committee of Banjul rather. For indeed countries that have reporting fatigue can seize the opportunity at the review of universal reporting. Therefore, countries can submit their reports at the UPR, and the same content could be used and within the framework of the report of Banjul. I think I should end here. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. General Belabdou, for having enlightened us regarding this whole process in terms of state reporting regarding KDHP, but also having created this bridge between the Commission and a committee and KDB, how we can surmount these challenges that we're meeting within the reporting framework. You spoke about the stool, talking about the report, the resolution 566, very interesting, but also a very interesting solution that you have adopted. The question regarding the reporting fatigue, indeed, has been debated heavily within the UN family. And I'm speaking under the control of Madame Chancetti, who could enlighten us further. And I think at this point, the periodicity could be extended, going up to 8 years for the submission of reports. We could even debate it further. And also the question with regards to the fact that the reports presented by the states and concerning specifically the child has been detailed and fine-grained, and we also mentioned it in bilateral sessions with 2 member states. Thank you very much. I think it is time to open the session to discussion and to the member of the committee and the representatives of different state parties. The floor is to whom would like to take it. Honorable Al-Masiwa, and then Honorable Masiwa and Sarah Hariba. We will start with this 3 questions. So with this first series of questions, and then we can extend it to others, to our invited guests. We only have 15 minutes for the discussions. Let's observe the time. Madame Massieu, Monsieur Robert, and then the representative of ACERWC, and Madame Poroko. Honorable Al-Masiwa, you have the floor.
Chair, for giving me the time, and thank you very much to all the presenters for the rich contributions which you have given. My question is a question and a comment at the same time. I'll start up with a question to Ms. Allegra. You presented saying that the way forward now, or the proposal, is that the UNCRC committee will be sending recommendations and questions to member states prior to them submitting the report, the list of issues. So my question, I was just wondering, okay, the list of issues, normally we get them from the submitted reports, which the member state would have submitted. But in this case, there is no report which has been submitted. My question is, who are the sources of information? Are we going to the national human rights institutions, the civil society organizations? Are we going to rely on social media, which at times is not really authentic? That's the major question which I have. And then just also to upload and comment on the MOU which we have had between the 2 committees, that yes, it's a very good move which we have made, and it's really critical that we synchronize the reporting. However, you mentioned on the national recommendation tracking database, which is a very good move. And I think with such a database, it helps and assists us as committees to do comparative analysis on the progress of implementation of either the CRC or the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. And I would like to believe as a committee will also critically look into it so that we can have an individual one for the committee specifically. I submit. Thank you.
Honorable Robert, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I would also like to add voice to thank the esteemed panel, including the initial panel for the opening session. I think it was very instructive going forward. I also would like to thank Madame Allegra. I think it's the first time we're meeting in person, but you've been very instructive on our work with the Working Group on Implementation of Decisions. Thank you very much. I have two questions, and they are closely linked to what Honorable Ann asked. One, about the identification of issues that are in the simplified procedure. From your experience or from the perspective of the UNCRC, what informs the identification of these issues as priorities? I know it could be because they are out in the public domain, but at times there are issues that are not out in the public domain, but would be issues that are instructive for a state to comment on. That is one. Then the aspect, I was elated that you spoke a lot about technology, etc. Is there a possibility or an ongoing conversation, this is also something that we could consider as the committee, where we have a database where information is uploaded by the states, such that the aspect of reporting does not become an event towards the end of the 2 years or 3 year period or 4 year period, depending on which specific organization, which specific organ that you're reporting to. But at the end of that period, it's a matter of downloading as a secretariat or downloading, yes, as a secretariat, and that forms the report. I would like to hear your views on that because it's something that has also been making rounds in various spaces. Thank you very much.
الصحراء الغربية تفضل ممثل على
The representative of the Sahrawi Republic, please. Good morning, everyone. At the onset, I would like to thank the panel and the forum, which serves as an opportunity to exchange information, either on the level of preparing the reports on the international level or the African level through the Banjul Commission. Also, this forum would provide an opportunity to share the experiences of the member states with regards to preparing the national reports. I have one question and one proposal. One question is directed at the speakers or the panel members. We are aware of the importance of the reports, and this is a very excellent mechanism through which we can track the implementation of the African Charter on the African level. But I will go beyond that. Those reports will have results like recommendations. My question here, to what extent those recommendations and observations will serve as an obligation to the states? If we are giving the intervention by some of the people who spoke before me, who said like the rights that are enshrined in the Charter are not promises, they are duties and responsibilities. So my question is, how can we establish a mechanism through which we can impose those recommendations on the level of states, especially that we are talking about the rights of children and the violation against their rights. In that context, there should be work from the African Committee of Experts. There should be a program to encourage the states or the civil society organizations to submit parallel reports, because it reflects the other picture of the human rights situation in states, and through that we can have a complete picture. So we can search for programs to encourage civil society organizations to submit those parallel reports. My proposal, and I will conclude my intervention here, it is imperative for the African Committee of Experts to start thinking about a program for capacity building, especially for the states that haven't submitted their reports yet, in terms of reports drafting and procedures, and that would support the states and encourage them to submit their reports according to the Article 43. Thank you very much.
Honorable Poloko, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the platform. Protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, panelists, for sharing the information. My question goes to Ms. Algra. I think in your presentation, you mentioned that you usually provide the standard list of issues prior to reporting. So my question is, to what extent has that strategy yielded any positive results from the reporting countries or from the countries that are supposed to report? Another one is that you mentioned that usually I think both the two presenters, Ms. Allegra and Mr. Mohammed, you mentioned that one way in which we can reduce state reporting fatigue is to tap into the other reports that are usually presented to other treaty bodies. My question is that, are there any other strategies that you think we can use in order to reduce country report fatigue? Thank you. I submit.
Okay. Merci, honorable Poloko. Moi aussi, j'ai une question à poser avant d'ouvrir.
I have a question to ask before we can open the debate to the other guests. I would like to ask a question to Madame Allegra. We do know that within the Commission of Human Rights, we have established indicators for human rights that state parties should abide by and observe within the framework of their reporting. Can you give us some details in terms of the follow-up with regards to these indicators, specifically with regards to the child's right? Because within this report, we have so much that is related to the right of the child. Do state parties follow or observe those indicators within their reporting? And here I would like to open the discussion to all the participants and our guests. Is there anyone? Mauritania.
Good morning, everyone. I believe that the speakers have spoken about all the technical regulations regarding the reporting and the obstacles and the mechanisms, so I would like to thank them for the information they provided. Brother Eugene spoke about diplomacy advocacy or diplomatic advocacy, and here I would like to affirm this, because there is no meaning to have diplomacy if it is not supporting the pathway of the human rights in those countries. And here I would like to call about a call for human rights diplomacy, so that diplomatic missions will encourage their states to submit their reports. Through this advocacy with the usual advocacy by the civil society organization, they would establish an effective cooperation to submit reports. The numbers that have been mentioned also, it is assuring with regards to the submission of reports, although I don't understand the reason for that some countries are late, especially if my colleague from Western Sahara said that it could be due to lack of financial resources and technical resources that would maybe lead to the reporting fatigue. And I would like to call on, concentrate on these countries, because it is unacceptable if they are always late to submit reports. With regard to, or for Ms. Allegra, she spoke about, please allow me, I wrote a note. She spoke about the challenges pertaining the accumulation of reports due to COVID and also liquidity, UN liquidity. So the Committee on the Rights of the Child, how do they think to overcome and make those reports regular, or how to solve the problem of the accumulation of reports? Because usually there should be programming and it must be respected in a well-known time frame. How would the Commission on the Rights of Child would deal with those challenges? Because this would also be an incentive for the member states to not apologize that there is accumulation, and therefore seeks to submit their reports timely. Also, they spoke about the simplified procedure, and this is and that could be a backup or alternative procedure if the countries are late in submitting their reports, and it doesn't want to. Although I believe that submitting country or state reports will enable it to control rather than being subjected to the questions by the experts that they cannot control. So the countries should be submitting their reports through normal process and not to resort to the simplified procedure. Lastly, for expert Ben Abdoun, he indicated to a very important matter that there should be a strong political will. We cannot ignore this point, and we must focus on it, because the political will is the driver and the first step to submit the reports and for the positive interaction with the international bodies in human rights, be it regional or international. And we cannot forget about the regional bodies. And the regional reports must be the starting point. And here I call to have that there should be a condition for the international bodies that the reporting state in the area of children's rights, there is a condition that their reports must be submitted to the regional bodies they are belonging to. I hope this note could be wrote down, and I would like to register my intellectual property of this note. Thank you very much.
Merci, s'il vous plaît, merci de vous limiter votre temps d'intervention à 1 minute pour permettre à plus de personnes de pouvoir discuter, pouvoir poser des questions. Je vous remercie. Is it okay? You have the floor, South Africa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to everybody in the room. I have one question and one comment. The question goes to the African Committee of Experts regarding the reporting processes. I just want to check, because we are reporting as member states using the guidelines that were adopted in 2013. And these guidelines have not been recently updated. So as South Africa, we have already reported twice using the same guidelines, and we are currently preparing our third report using the same guidelines. And some of the information as we prepare this report is still the same, especially under the general measures of implementation. So I'm requesting guidance from the committee in terms of how we can approach that. Do we have to repeat the same information, or do we have to refer the committee to the previous report that we have already submitted in case there's information that has not changed from the member state? And the comment that I would like to make is regarding the simplified reporting procedure. South Africa is already using this method to report to the UNCRC, and we would appreciate to see how this will unfold for the AU committee should it be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. Merci.
Thank you very much. To the representative of Zimbabwe, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the committee, distinguished guests. So let me start by acknowledging and also sharing my gratitude to the committee for organizing this very, very important panel discussion on state party reporting. To us, it is an eye-opener. So maybe just to be very specific, I just want to seek clarity from the committee. I understand that there was a presentation which indicated that the committee is considering adopting a new simplified reporting procedure. So maybe if you can just share when can we expect the adoption of the simplified reporting procedure? Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Nous allons répondre après.
Thank you very much. We'll answer later on. The last intervention was it the Commission of Human Rights from Senegal. All right, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I would like to express my congratulations to our panelists, and I'd like to seize this opportunity to magnify the pertinence of this panel that allows us not only to obtain information, but also to update us with regards to reporting requirements. I would like to mention the importance of national institutions when it comes to reporting. As you know, national institutions have a special status. Why? Because they are affiliates, in terms of the committee. But these institutions also are playing a role in various streams. But I would like to know what is the status of NDH in terms of the committee. But also, what is the place that is given to the committee, by the committee rather, in terms of the monitoring of these reports? When I take the example of Senegal, it has a consultative national council where they are drafting the reports, and that is why before submitting the reports, the state of Senegal should normally request the advice of NDF Senegal. Now, in this case, how does the committee obtain information when it comes to collaboration between the state of Senegal and NDF Senegal? The last part, when it comes to joint missions, in order to, incentivize meetings to submit reports, do we have such measures? Thank you very much. We'll open the discussion to our panelists. We'll start with, in order of presentations and communications, Madame Allegra, Janine, and Madame Allegra, and then Mr. Abdul.
And delegates for all of the questions. I will start with the questions from the representative from the Sahara Arab Democratic Republic. The first issue was on the measures that are under the Charter to ensure that the recommendations and the concluding observations are actually adhered to by states. Currently, under the state reporting guidelines, there is a procedure in which the committee may inform the African Union Commission chairperson on the state parties which aren't complying with its reporting obligations. So that's the mechanism that currently exists within the committee's legal framework on state party reporting. And then on the submission of parallel reports by CSOs, this is currently the process. As a matter of fact, under Rule 69.2 of the committee's rules of procedure, national human rights institutions with affiliate status and CSOs with observer status may submit parallel reports. Under the committee's nomenclature, they are referred to as alternative or complementary reports, which show the other side as you referred to it. And then finally, you spoke about the need for technical support for state parties, which is incredibly accurate. The challenge here is that the committee, being the body that will examine the report, cannot directly be involved in the preparation of the report. But under status quo, what happens is that the partners are in a position to support these technical capacity building and currently do. The CSOs do so, the UNICEF does so, and the other stakeholders do so. And then the representative from Mauritania, the first issue you spoke about is on the need for diplomacy by the committee to complement the activities, the advocacy that's currently being done by CSOs. Definitely, this process is proving to be incredibly useful. As a matter of fact, the committee has had engagements with particular state parties, and they have been followed up by the submission of their state party reports. So 2 examples are that of the Gambia, which most recently submitted its report. There had been extensive prior engagements between the committee and the Republic of the Gambia, including an advocacy mission in which the submission of the reports dialogue took an advanced stage. And also the same applies to Burundi, where the committee had participated in an advocacy mission, and subsequently we did receive the report. The next issue from the representative of Mauritania is Yes. Just to conclude, sorry, Madam Chair, that the committee ought to concentrate on the state parties that are still overdue on their reports. This is currently what is taking place. The focus is on the 8 state parties which are yet to submit, as well as the state parties whose reports are overdue by more than 10 years. Part of the reason why we're even having this convening is to have that particular focus. And finally, on the question of the guidelines from South Africa, the guidelines were revised in 2020. So currently there are the revised guidelines on state reports, which are available on the website of the committee. And lastly, on the simplified reporting procedure, the question from Zimbabwe, when can this procedure be expected? There is a resolution that the committee intends to consider on the operationalization of this process, and tentatively it is being considered at this session, and if it is adopted, the procedure would begin, the resolution would come into force immediately. Yes, but the state parties would be informed adequately of all of the implications. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Merci, Monsieur Zuitlin.
Thank you, Mr. Zrekini. Madam Ronchetti, you have the floor.
And thank you to all for your very valuable questions, which were many, so I'll be very fast. With reference to the question of the honorable members of the African Committee, there was firstly a question about sources of information for the list of issues prior to reporting. So the report, this is a simplified reporting procedure for states, but not for everybody else. So for UN agencies, national human rights institutions, civil society organizations, and children, this means that they will have to report twice to the committee. So there is a first stage when the committee receives only written submissions, and this is when they prepare the list of issues prior to reporting. So it will have a range of reports that will help on the preparation of this list of issues prior to reporting. With reference to the national reporting tracking database, this is for states. So the Office of the High Commissioner provides this support to states, in particular to the national mechanism for reporting and follow-up. With reference to the identification of issues for the list of issues prior to reporting, this is connected with the previous question. So by looking at the information submitted by all the various stakeholders, but in particular, the main focus is on the implementation of the previous recommendations. Sorry, I'm just looking at, so there was another question by the honorable member of the committee on the positive impact of this list of issues prior to reporting. So the committee had started a pilot project, and 10 states so far had reported under the simplified reporting procedure, and 8 states had reported, presented the report in 1 year or maybe 1.5 years. But in general, it was quite positive. And for the African region, the Gambia submitted a report under this simplified reporting procedure, and it has been already reviewed accordingly. Then the follow-up on indicators for reporting. These indicators are normally in the reporting guidelines, so then states are asked to report on indicators in an annex, and then for list of issues prior to reporting, then the committee will have an annex with specific reference to specific indicators. So the advantage of the list of issues prior to reporting, as it's mainly looking at how recommendations are implemented, that they are more focused. So this means for the state party that they don't have to report on absolutely everything, but on what's on this list of issues prior to reporting. Sorry, then. The challenges, by the distinguished delegate from Mauritania, the challenges on the backlog. Yes, it presents an issue on the programming, because this has blocked, as I said, for a few years, the issuance of list of issues prior to reporting. One of the projects that the Office of the High Commissioner is working is was a predictable review calendar, so to be able for all states to know when they will have to report. And this predictable review calendar will have a bigger timing for reporting, so it was more or less predicted for 8 on every 8 or 9 years. But then states, also one issue with treaty bodies was that many states were reporting at the same time for 4 or 5 treaty bodies in the same year. So this will allow to have like 1 or 2 reviews for states parties every year. Regrettably, this project is now suspended because of the UN liquidity, but I hope it will be reintroduced in the next future. Yeah, I think this, hopefully, I replied to most of the questions. Well, thank you very much for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Allegra.
Thank you very much, Madam Allegra Rachetti, for this complimentary information that is very important for our committee. And I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Mohamed Ajala Abdul to answer the questions that have been asked.
Madam Chairperson, I would probably just provide a general comment. I would like to say very briefly this valuable opportunity to renew our invitation and call to all the participants, state delegates, NHRIs, CSOs. We want you and we invite you to be like our ambassadors in your capitals in order to advance the state reporting agenda. We count on you for, with regards to advocacy in this regard and also participation in drafting and elaborating state reports. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much. So now I give the floor to Dr. Ayalou for the rest of the program.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think through you, Chair, maybe we can give them a round of applause. For,
yes.
Yes. Thank you, colleagues, for this rich session. The representative, the distinguished representative from the Republic of South Africa, maybe we can have a bilateral on the issues that you have raised, and we are available to provide more information. But the guidelines are also very clear in terms of the specific questions that you've raised, whether you really have to repeat all the information that you've included already in the initial report, and how that it goes when you submit the periodic reports. We can have that discussion bilaterally. Thank you very much. Now we break for coffee and tea. Coffee and tea is available on the corridors, as it's always the case since last week. We will be back to proceed with, we have a representative, a child representative from Cameroon, who would be sharing the experience of children's participation in putting state party reports together. And then, of course, we'll proceed with experiences from state party representatives before lunch. So we have one session from a child representative and one session from a representative from state parties before lunch. So please come back within 15 minutes. Now is 11:30, so we'll see you 11:45. Thank you very much. Enjoy your break.
for the child?
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, can we please take our seats so that we can resume the session? Can we please take our seats? Colleagues outside, can we please come in so that we can resume? Colleagues from the Secretariat, can you please facilitate participants to come in so that we may resume? We may close the doors. We may close the doors. Yes. Thank you. Over to you, Chair.
Merci, Dr Ayalo. Nous passons donc, nous continuons nos travaux et nous passons à ce panel. Et toujours dans le cadre de cette pleine participation des enfants et cette participation significative, comme je l'ai relevé du LAUS, du représentant de la CPF. Donc nous avons avec nous un invité bien particulier. C'est un enfant. Il s'appelle Alain. Il va aussi, avant qu'on puisse commencer à travailler, ou plutôt à présenter les différentes positions.
We're going to present the different positions of member states. He's going to give us his own representations with regard to member states and their commitment toward the charter and also the reporting processes. My first question to Mr. Alain. Are you conscious that there are some reports which are drafted by member states? Are you alive? Are you abreast of these reports? What do you think about them?
Oh, you speak French. Wow.
In Cameroon, I'm 17 years old. For me, yes, I was informed by our association leader who presented me the document. I tried to read it, but because of the style, I found it too long and boring also.
Merci d'avoir répondu à cette question.
Thank you for having responded to that question. The second question, with regard to this report, what would you want to see in prelude of the preparations on what are the elements that you'd like the member state to advance more? Thank you so very much.
What the state should do? The state should organize workshops where children are free to say what they want in schools, in villages and community. That's my question.
Très bien noté.
Well noted. Well noted, sir.
Merci, Dr. Ayalo.
Thank you, Dr. Ayalo, for your able assistance. With regard to this participation throughout workshops and in the drafting of the reports, have you ever been abreast to the fact that there are some member states which are drafting them, and how do they go about that? Is this okay? With regard to this participation, have you ever joined other civil society organizations?
For example, in Cameroon, I participate in workshop where they were writing their report initiated by Children's Organization Young's Work in Cameroon and the National Network of Association on Children's Rights.
Et ma dernière question.
My last question deals with the issue of child participation. What would you want to see more as participation processes, or also, as we are talking about a significant participation, a holistic participation, what would you want to tell the civil society organizations as well as member states so that they may involve you more in the drafting of the various reports that they are going to submit to our committee?
For me, what is they should do? To make sure that children know about the report and their view are also heard. The state should to make sure that children know about the report and their view are heard. Children must be trained to make themselves their own constitution. Children must be trained to make sure that children know about the report. The document should be published in form of languages that they will understand very well. Them also must be published in form of image and entertainment videos.
Merci beaucoup, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much to Mr. Alain for having articulated this question, which is very important and paramount to our very own committee. Well, we recommend the member states for them to disseminate the charter, and it does not only concern the public, but also the member states should adopt this charter according to the rights of the ages of the children. Thank you once more again. Please applaud, please appreciate Mr. Alain from Cameroon.
Sur cette lancée, nous...
Well, we're going to go to the presentation from the representative of member states. I'm going to call upon them. They are going to, following this order, going to present the different points, which deals with the reporting processes and the subsequent mechanisms linked to them, the status of the reports of member states, the different challenges as well as opportunities that are going to explore and exploit, and in the finish, what are the forecasts, the caveat, the projections with regard to the submission of your own very report. You have each 3 minutes of presentation. Please, you may stay where you are because we have the indelible privilege and opportunity to have more than 11 member states who are going to keep up abreast alive. Cape Verde, first of all, Central African Republic, the DRC, Egypt, the Gambia, Libya, Mauritius, Saura Democracia, Sao Tome and Principe. We are starting with the first representative from Mauritania. Mauritania.
Yes, okay.
The floor to Cape Verde. 3 minutes of intervention. Cape Verde, you have the floor. Thank you so very much.
Cap Vert.
Cape Verde.
The floor. No.
Okay.
Good morning. We thank you very much for the opportunity to be here in this forum where we ought to present our reports. I'll start by saying that the member states' reports, in the case of Cape Verde, it is drafted by an interministerial committee. Actually, it has been established in 2017, but it has not been active for quite a while, and now we are sort of amending the law to ensure that this institution undertakes its duties. Besides, that committee is supposed to follow up the recommendations submitted to us by the human rights mechanisms in general. This committee has had serious challenges because Cape Verde had a considerable number of reports which created a backlog, and we had then to see how to tackle the commitments that Cape Verde has taken as a country. That's why we decided to have this interministerial body to deal with all the reporting mechanisms. And in this particular case, for the human rights, we used to have technicians who had accumulated this responsibility with other commitments, but with the review and the diploma or the decree that will change the modus operandi of the commission, of the committee, now we have a secretariat which supports the executive secretariat responsible for this task specifically. With this new modus operandi, we have managed then to do away with the backlog of reporting to the different international mechanisms. And in this spectrum, we have already reported, we have already drafted the report for the African Committee of Experts on the Right and Welfare of the Child, and we have already submitted our report. Therefore, we would like to highlight that by establishing a permanent secretariat to support the executive secretariat responsible for collecting data and preparing reports of Cape Verde, we have managed then to overcome this hurdle, because then they do that on a permanent manner. We also have indicated a clear schedule for the updating of the reports, be them regional, be them international, as it has been said before. Today, the 1st of December, we have already submitted our report. Therefore, Cape Verde is no longer owing this body with regards to the submission of the report. We already have also appointed a contact person who is in charge, and we will in due term submit the name of the person, so that should there be any question, you may contact that particular person when you are assessing that report. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Surtout.
Thank you.
Non può appagare lei. I'm not getting relay. Consegue ouvir lá do play? Oh meu Deus. Yeah, chama o técnico.
Donc, en attendant.
While we are dealing with the issue, I'm giving the floor to the Democratic Republic of Congo, and then shall we come back? The Democratic Republic of Congo, you have the floor. Thank you so very much, Honorable Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished honorable members of the committee, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, our dearest children. In the same breath with other member states, our country, the DRC, has adopted a global approach more efficacious and sustainable with regard to the drafting of the report and recommendations And according to the ministerial mandate, on the 13th December of 2001, a new governmental structure and a national mechanism on the drafting of the reports and follow-up, known as Interministerial Committee on the Human Rights, CDH, French acronym. Since 2021, this very Interministerial Committee of Human Rights was equipped with a new building by the government. Even in September 2021, the High Commissioner for the Human Rights, through the Joint Bureau of the United Nations for the Human Rights and MONUSCO, availed tools and infrastructures for its operations. This committee possesses a budget lines for the budget 2023-2024 under the Ministry of Human Rights. This Interministerial Committee of Human Rights has for mission to prepare and draft the required report as per the international regional treaties of human rights, to which the DRC is part to, and ensure the follow-up and implementation of this very treaty, and as well as the recommendations which are emitted to the DRC to draft and elaborate a national report on the Universal Periodic Report. It is worth to underscore and undergird that since November 2022, with this Interministerial Committee, our country has submitted to the Committee of the Right of the Children its 6th and 7th reports pertaining to the implementation of the children rights, and equally submitted its implementation on the report on people living with disabilities. However, nonetheless, the government is yet to have implemented a centralized system with relevant data dealing with the children. However, the decree of the Prime Minister with regard to the establishment of a National Council for the Right of the Children envisages the implementation of database for all children of the DRC. However, we have specific systems of data collection, namely encapsulating health, education, which enables periodic evaluations. With regard to challenges, the DRC adhered to the African Charter for the Right and Welfare of the Child and had to present its report in 2022. However, during this period, had to submit its report, its 6th and 7th periodic report on the implementation of the rights to the committee. The government has initiated the national implementation report on the right of the children, and this process was interrupted by the war of aggression, which did not enable the members to go into all the eastern provinces. However, the reports with regard to the implementation of the African Charter for the Right and Welfare of the
de direitos.
Merci de conclure.
With regard to the progress, as it has been underscored, we have it. With regard to the calendar, it is. It's not working.
Todos os atores, desde janeiro de 2026, deverão
so as to validate and submit to the African Committee.
Somebody must be. There's a problem here.
with regard to the establishment of this Human Rights Committee, creating a directorate with regard to dealing with the Human Rights Secretariat, and appointing a permanent secretary of the Interministerial Committee of the Human Rights, who is the focal point susceptible of being reached at any time, pertaining to the follow-up of the drafting of the report at the level of the government. It is therefore, Mr. Ingoli, please conclude. The conceptual not stipulated that it's 7 minutes. I believe that I'm following the premises of the time that you have accorded. However, we always adopt our program. I shall transmit the contact for the DRC through your services. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Donc, je relève que...
Thank you so very much. From my understanding, your government has established and allocated financial resources and equally human one for the very interministerial committee. Without further ado, Central African Republic. I firmly believe that the technical issues has been sorted out. Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. What are the institutional mechanisms from my country entrusted to draft the report? From the onset, the Central African Republic has established an interministerial committee. However, the functioning, the operations of this committee was not efficacious, and this led a lot of delays in the drafting and submission of the report, which accuse more than 10 years. Since 2023, the Central African Republic established a global strategic human rights called the National Policies of Human Rights for the Central African Republic, based on 4 axes and with priority actions budgeted for. The strategic axes are the implementation, the realization of civil and political rights, the effectiveness of socioeconomic rights, the protection of collective rights and solidarity rights, and categorical rights pertaining to children's rights. And the 4th one, which is very interesting for us, these are frameworks of cooperation, of piloting, and on follow-up and evaluation. For each axis, there's a specific organ which is established called thematic group, which is a cluster entrusted for this 4th strategic axis, has for mission to draft and submit the report as per the international instrument of human rights. Since the implementation of these frameworks, we have close the gaps with regard to the delays pertaining to the submission of the report at the level of the United Nations. In October 2025, the report of ACERWC was submitted to the Secretariat, which duly received. We envisage to pursue this effort so as to be in conformity with all the organs of our very own organization. With regard to challenges, this committee is composed by all stakeholders, civil society organizations, human rights institutions, but they do not work permanently in this regard. Therefore, they are discharging their duties in exercising their own activities somewhere. Consequently, we have issues of availability and resources. And the real issue pertains to operationality, because we do not have a permanent secretariat susceptible of collecting the data. With regard to the Central African Republic, I am Mr. Julius Rufin Mwangewaba. I am a magistrate by trade. I'm chargé de mission at the level at the Ministry of Justice, dealing with human rights. I deal with the promotion of human rights and good governance. My data are known. Therefore, I submit this document. I submit. Thank you. thank you so very much for being more punctual. I note with a keen interest that you have established a technical committee of experts with regard to the national strategic frameworks. Egypt, you have the floor.
Honorable Chairperson and members, Excellencies, distinguished delegates and esteemed guests, especially African children, all protocols duly observed. It is an honor to address this distinguished forum to present an update on the Arab Republic of Egypt's reporting under the African Charter on the rights and welfare of the child. We are pleased to confirm the submission of Egypt's consolidated periodic report, 1st to 5th, dated 17 September 2025, covering the period 2009 to 2025. And reaffirming our nation's unwavering commitment to fulfilling its treaty obligations and engaging constructively with regional human rights mechanisms. The process and institutional frameworks, Egypt has now transitioned to a fully institutionalized whole-of-government system for the preparation of its state party reports. The report was prepared by the Supreme Standing Committee for Human Rights, SSCHR, established through Prime Ministerial Decree in 2018 and operational since 2020. Chaired by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the SSCHR brings together all relevant ministries, including the Ministries of Interior, Justice, Social Solidarity, and National Councils, especially the National Council for Childhood and Motherhood, NCCM. The NCCM was recently elevated under Law number 182 of 2023 to an independent constitutional body, reporting directly to the President of the Republic, and played a central role in the technical preparation of this report. The drafting process followed a highly consultative participatory approach involving government experts, civil society partners, academia, international organizations such as UNICEF, and more than 5,900 children, including children with disabilities. This institutionalized framework has ensured a robust, evidence-based state party report aligned with national strategies and regional obligations. Challenges. Egypt acknowledged that the submission of this consolidated periodic report was delayed, and we wish to address this with full transparency. After the submission of the initial report in 2008, Egypt entered a period of profound internal turmoil, starting in 2011, marked by 2 political transitions and 2 constitutions. During this period, national priorities shifted towards restoring stability and rebuilding constitutional institutions. This culminated in the drafting of the 2014 Constitution, which introduced unprecedented human rights protections, including explicit guarantees for the rights and welfare of the child. This historic transitional period naturally affected the ability of national institutions to coordinate an extensive multi-sectoral reporting process. However, Egypt emphasizes that this delay was a product of national transformation, not a reflection of diminished commitment to the Charter. Benefits of the reporting process. Despite the challenges, the state party reporting cycle proved to be highly beneficial, serving as a catalyst for reform and modernization. The legislative review and reform, the process drove substantive updates to the legislative framework, including Law number 10 of 2021, tightening penalties for female genital mutilation, Law number 189 of 2020, criminalizing bullying, and new reforms strengthening provisions related to kidnapping, sexual harassment, and the expansion of alternative care through easing restrictions on kafala. Strategic and policy alignment. The reporting process helped integrate child rights into broader national policy frameworks, Egypt Vision 2030, the National Human Rights Strategy 2021-2026, the Decent Life High Karima Initiative, the data consolidation and digital transformation. Reporting requirements accelerated efforts to modernize national data systems through creation of a unified electronic database for children with disabilities, establishment of an IMS for more than 48,000 early childhood centers, digital tracking of 14,000 foster families, and integration with major public health programs such as 100 million healthy lives, expansion of digitized birth registration and vaccination systems. These tools will ensure more accurate, timely, and comprehensive reporting in the future. Lessons learned. One, institutionalization is essential. The establishment of the SSCHR as a permanent national mechanism has replaced the old ad hoc committee model. The committee's technical secretariat ensures continuous data collection, follow-up, and monitoring, eliminating the risk of future backlogs. Continuous monitoring
Merci
and
de
not...
conclure, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you for concluding.
Monitoring, not periodic scrambling, creation of a national integrated database to track all recommendations, independence of child rights mandate, digital transformation as a foundation for timely reporting. Finally, the focal point for state reporting is the technical secretariat of the Supreme Standing Committee for Human Rights, SSCHR, And the focal person is His Excellency the Ambassador Khalid Al-Bakli. He's the Assistant Minister of Foreign Affairs for Human Rights and International Human and Social Affairs, Head of the Technical Secretariat of the SSCHR. To conclude, Excellencies, Egypt's journey reflects our deep commitment to the African Charter on the rights and welfare of the child. The reforms undertaken throughout this reporting cycle have strengthened our national framework for child protection, enhanced participation, modernized our data systems, and ensured long-term sustainability. And we look forward to a constructive and fruitful dialogue with this esteemed committee and reaffirm Egypt's dedication to advancing the rights and welfare of every child. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so very much. Very interesting to underscore all the challenges and the different mechanisms susceptible of enabling member states to submit their report. In this regard, in this spirit of the letter, for everyone to get abreast of your presentation, please do submit us the report and the notes pertaining to your very presentation. Then shall we be able to optimize all these mechanisms? We are disappointed for the time that has been granted to you. It is always a challenge with regard to the observance of time. We're also to enable our interpreters to leave early. The next intervention will be from the representative of the Gambia.
Justement, mise à jour concernant le mécanisme, cela va réviser la liste des recommandations du comité.
Alors, ce comité, formé par le ministère de la Justice pour identifier les questions juridiques, a envoyé une liste de questions aux agences, aux départements, afin de pouvoir envoyer les informations. Dans ce comité va compiler les informations et ça va passer par la révision et les OCS, les ONG, les commissions de droits de l'homme ainsi que l'Assemblée générale. Donc les commentaires donnés pendant la validation seront incorporés et cela sera soumis. Parlons de nos difficultés. Les difficultés que nous avons, c'est la non-existence de mécanismes de rapport. Nous n'avons pas pu établir cela à cause des ressources très limitées et aussi de l'incapacité technique. Deuxièmement, durant le journalisme, les questions de la protection d'enfants étaient sous le ministère de la Justice et on avait des problèmes de pouvoir soumettre le rapport. À cause des situations humanitaires, on n'a pas pu envoyer notre rapport. Autre difficulté, c'est la capacité limitée des processus de rapport. Et les leçons apprises, c'est notre première fois de pouvoir faire le rapport au comité d'experts. Donc on n'avait pas suffisamment d'experts, mais cependant, nous avons pu faire le processus de CRC-ONU et nous sommes reconnaissants pour les opportunités qui nous ont été données de pouvoir faire partie, n'est-ce pas, de ce processus. En Gambie, nous avons des plans d'action de s'assurer que nous mettons en œuvre les recommandations dans les 5 ans qui vont suivre. Les leçons apprises, c'est que la coordination a besoin de pouvoir élaborer le rapport avec l'établissement de rapports et les mécanismes de suivi au ministre de Justice et de pouvoir préparer le rapport. Deuxièmement, l'allocation de ressources pour que nous puissions faire notre travail. Nous avons des personnes, nous n'avons pas de personnes.
Delayed because same people in the ad hoc committee have other functions to perform in their various ministries, departments, and agencies. Now, who is the focal person? The Attorney General's Chambers and Ministry of Justice establishes the ad hoc committee for state party reporting. But this initial report submitted to the committee was coordinated by the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Welfare. We are therefore reporting that the report and submission would be under the Ministry of Justice because it submits it to the embassy in Ethiopia for further submission to the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. Since the Ministry of Justice is the custodian of all laws and the legal organ of the government of the Gambia, we decide to make the Ministry of Justice as the focal point for the reporting procedures. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so very much for your punctuality, and thank you for articulating the different obstacles and impediments which umbrage the submission of your report. Thank you so very much.
Libya, you have the floor.
Assalamu alaikum.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, and I'm very grateful to be here in this session. Firstly, I would like to reiterate the commitment of our state, Libya, to all regional and international treaties and to fulfill its obligations. But given the circumstances in Libya during the past years, so the African Charter on the Rights of the Child, also other treaties, Libya was delayed with the submission. That's why in 2022 we have established the national mechanism for drafting the government reports with regards to the human rights. And this can be considered as an achievement for our state, Libya. This mechanism is specialized in coordinating between the stakeholders and preparing the government reports requested by the international and regional bodies and organizations. And it is also specializes in the follow-up of the implementation of the recommendations by these international and regional bodies. And also it disseminated the reports and the final conclusions and recommendations by the regional and international bodies. This mechanism consists of 3 levels. The first level is the monitoring and follow-up, chaired by the Minister of Justice and with a number of ministries and a delegate from the National Council of Freedoms and Human Rights. The second level is the technical level, consists of a number of experts from all sectors, all relevant sectors. The third level is the implementation level, which is the most important level. This level consists of several teams. Each team is mandated to draft a report about the delayed conventions, and it consists of members or multi-sectoral members. Currently we have 5 teams. While we are sitting now in this session, those teams are sitting to finalize the reports, the reports for the Convention of the Combating Torture, and today it will be submitted also to the final review to submit it through diplomatic channels. With regards to the African Child Charter, Libya previously submitted in 2010 its initial reports, but it was withdrawn, unfortunately, to redraft it according to the guidelines. But due to the circumstances, it was the drafting or the preparing was delayed. In the last 2 years, the Supreme Commission of Childhood established a code.
هذا التقرير على عدد من المراحل تدريب من أول لكيفية تقرير.
This data was collected, and the report, as I was informed, it will be sent today or tomorrow to your esteemed committee. We would like to reiterate that Libya respects all and regional instruments, and we are pleased to cooperate with the African Committee of Experts for the benefit of our children and in accordance with the principles of the African Charter on the rights of the child. And we would like to thank you for all the efforts that you extend for the benefits of our, or for the rights of our children. And I am also pleased regarding what I heard about the simplified procedure, because this is going to benefit us and will facilitate the preparation of reports. And in the second phase, we will have a team We will have a team for the periodic reports on the African Charter. Thank you very much.
Je note les deux mécanismes.
I note the two mechanisms at the two levels, institutionally, which had enabled us to finalize the reports, and the 5 thematic groups, the technical scale, which are espousing the implementation of the Charter. Therefore, the next to take the floor, the representatives of Mali. Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. The Republic of Mali to discharge itself of its conventional obligations with regard to the submission of the report. Is it? Oh, can you hear us? Would you please confirm you can hear us in English? Mali, as per the decree 009049 of the 12th February of 2009, has created the Interministerial Committee for the implementation of the Convention. The communique called, referred to as SIMILAP, constitute our national mechanisms for the submission of report and a follow-up and recommendation stemming from the different presentations of the report. However, with regard to this, committee, I'd like to convoke its operations, dealing with its missions, and the last issue to deal with the challenges. With regard to the organization, the committee was created by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. Through its legal affairs, has its secretariat composed by all ministerial officials and institutions of national human rights commissions, and the representatives of the children when it comes to the drafting and the implementation of the report of the children. We have a list of focal points as per the ministerial decree by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the committee may convoke both ordinary and extraordinary sessions. With regard to its mission, the committee has mainly its mission to contribute to the drafting of the periodic reports and implementation of the convention. In this regard, it collects and deals with all the information as per the implementation of the convention ratified by Mali. The committee follows up with on a formulated recommendations as per the presentation of the report. Its secretariat, under the direction of all the legal affairs, under the government of Mali and the National Institution of Promotion and Protection of Human Rights. Stemming from its result, these are the challenges which the committee go through: the instability of focal points, which changes all time, and the challenges pertaining to the statistic data collection with regard to non-state and state actors. To deal with these challenges, the government of Mali envisages to enhance and redynamize the secretariat of SIMILA in structuring in one legal division. The government proceeded on the drafting of annual reports and the implementation of the report. In sum, I'd like to remind you that Mali is an historical state attached to the values and dignity of human rights. Our position is constant and unfettered. I'd like to inform the committee of ACERWC that we have the meeting from the 9th, 10th, and 11th of December to revise the report of Mali as pertaining to the implementation of the report. This report will be submitted to you, will edify you on the compendium of actions and measures undertaken by the government of Mali with regard to the implementation of the right as contained in the Charter, as well as the recommendations formulated by the committee. I thank you so very much.
Merci beaucoup. Je me réjouis.
Thank you very much. I'd like to buttress our satisfaction on behalf of the member of the committee and the secretariat for your reporting. Through this committee, through these national mechanisms, which are well crystal clear, you have observed and respected your commitment vis-à-vis the committee and the charter. The next, Mauritius will have the floor to present the...
Madam Chairperson, regarding the reporting mechanism in place for submission of reports to treaty bodies, Mauritius coordinates its reporting obligations through the National Mechanism for Implementation and Follow-up to Treaty Bodies. It was established in 2017. It is an interministerial committee that brings together key stakeholders from ministries, institutions, and oversight bodies to harmonize reporting and follow up on recommendations of treaty bodies. Within this structure, the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family Welfare is responsible to report on child rights matters and to this committee. We have had extensive consultations with a broad range of stakeholders and institutions and involved in the promotion and protection of children's rights, and there have been delays in obtaining comprehensive and harmonized data. And the multidisciplinary nature of the report necessitated several rounds of information gathering, validation, and vetting to ensure accuracy and completeness. These processes were further affected by different priorities at the level of the ministry and concurrent resource constraints. In recognition of the importance of fulfilling our obligations under the Charter, the Ministry has sought the assistance of the University of Mauritius for the report, and we have had technical assistance for the preparation of that report, which we have now nearly finalized, and we are left with submission of information from a few line ministries and with consultations with children's for the drafting of the report. The challenges that we have faced arose primarily due to fragmented data systems, the breadth of information required across multiple sectors, and the need to align inputs with the reforms that have occurred since we have not submitted the initial report up to now, and the consolidated reports as well. So the lessons that we have learned is that we will try to maintain an ad hoc committee at the level of the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family Welfare and follow up on the timely submission of the reports. And we will do the consultations with the children and the stakeholders that remain, do the validation, and get cabinet approval for submission of the report. We are hopeful that the timeline we want to respect is that by the next ordinary session of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights of the Child, our report is submitted. Thank you, Madam.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I note your contributions, the contributions that came from the academia. This is what is very interesting with regard to the mainstreaming of probing data. The floor is given to the Saura Democratic Republic. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, all protocol observed. On behalf of the government of the Sahrawi Republic, firstly, I would like to congratulate the African Committee of Experts on its new bureau, with special congratulations to Madam Sabrina Kahar and to the African women and to the Algerian women. I would like to say that the Sahrawi Republic is a recent state party to the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. Ratification took place in April 2024, and the instruments of accession were deposited in May 2024. And pursuant to the Article 43A of the Charter, the legal time frame for the Sahrawi Republic to submit its initial report is still valid. it grant newly acceding states parties sufficient time to put in place the required institutional and legal frameworks needed to prepare the national reports in accordance with the guidelines of the African Committee of Experts to ensure a comprehensive and high-quality initial report. With regards to the methodology for preparing the national reports, the Sahrawi Republic adopts an integrated institutional approach in preparing continental human rights reports. This approach consists of identifying the competent government body for each human rights instrument and tasking it with the overall supervision of the national reporting processes. With regards to the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, the Ministry of Social Affairs and the Advancement of Women is the responsible authority giving its sectoral mandate related to social protection, child protection, and the care of vulnerable groups. Within this methodology, the Ministry will coordinate the efforts of the various relevant government sectors through an official governmental coordination mechanism that ensures information flow and complementarity of roles. And participatory approach will also be adopted, involving relevant civil society organizations as well as international organizations operating in the Sahrawi refugee camps, including UNICEF and UNHCR, in order to align the report with the guiding principles of the African Committee of Experts. The methodology also would include sequential stages, beginning with a comprehensive review of existing programs, policies, and legislation related to children's rights, conducting surveys and collecting and analyzing both qualitative and quantitative data from government sectors. With regards to the challenges, before addressing the technical and procedural challenges related to the preparation of the national report of the Sahrawi Republic and the implementation of the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare, it is essential to recall the exceptional context that characterizes the situation of the Sahrawi Republic. Foremost among these is the reality of occupation and the resulting objective constraints that limit the ability of the Sahrawi institutions to fully exercise their mandates over their national territory, including those related to monitoring, follow-up, and data collection on children's rights. This exceptional reality is further compounded by the long-standing conditions of refugee and displacement, which imposes structural pressures in areas such as resources, infrastructure, and the heavy dependence on humanitarian assistance. All these factors form a reference framework that cannot be separated from the direct impact they have on the technical and procedural challenges. Given this complex context, the Sahrawi Republic faces several challenges that may hinder the preparation and submission of the national report in its optimal form. These challenges can be summarized as follows. Firstly, limited financial resources and logistical infrastructures which obstruct comprehensive data collection, monitoring, documentation, and the drafting of required documents in accordance with the standards of the African Committee of Experts. Secondly, the shortage of specialists in areas such as children's rights, statistical analysis, and report writing. This requires sustained efforts to build capacities and develop the skills of personnel in relevant sectors to ensure data accuracy. 3, the limited technical experience in preparing continental reports poses an additional challenges. This relative lack of accumulated experience or expertise in drafting reports aligned with the committee's guidelines leads to difficulties in meeting both the formal and substantive requirements. And fourth, and this is what I think it is a secondary threat, which is the government concerns regarding the continental accountability mechanisms, which constitute a secondary yet influential factor. The Sahrawi government views the process of appearing before the Committee of Experts and the state parties as a compounded challenge, given its inability under the exceptional circumstances to fully meet all the rights enshrined in the Charter. This concern may affect the pace of preparation and may lead to institutional caution in submitting information the state may consider incomplete or not fully representative of the reality. This calls for the Committee for Experts and the states parties to adopt a supportive exceptional approach that takes into account the objective specificities of the Sahrawi Republic. And on progress, the Ministry of Social Affairs and the Advancement of Women, as the body overseeing the preparation of the report, had launched a wide-scale awareness raising campaign targeting government institutions involved in children's rights. This campaign aims to enhance understanding of the Charter and the obligations stemming from it, clarify each sector's responsibilities, and to prepare a comprehensive report that meets the standards adopted by the African Committee of Experts. The government of the Sahrawi Republic, 30 seconds only. The government of the Sahrawi Republic reaffirms its commitment to meeting the legal deadlines set out in Article 43 concerning the submission of the initial report, and it will spare no effort in fulfilling these obligations. In conclusion, the Sahrawi Republic reiterates its steadfast commitment to the spirit and principle of the African Charter on the rights and welfare of the child, and its dedication to promoting the rights of the Sahrawi child despite the exceptional circumstances. Thank you very much.
Merci.
Thank you to the Democratic Republic of Sahrawi for having buttressed the different challenges, impediments, obstacles, and challenges with regard to the submission of an initial report, and equally having undergirded that there's a coordinative mechanism mainstreaming the contributions of the various stakeholders, and specifically the civil society organizations. I'd like to note equally, because you have indulged me, because we are here, because you say that it's this apprehension on the issues pertaining to accountability with regard to the committee, and the fear and the fear of questioning and the submission of the report, and above all the presentation of the report. We adopt an attitude based on this constructive dialogue, and we are here to support member states in the implementation, in the better implementation of this charter. The next speaker from Sao Tome and Principe, you have the floor.
Obrigado.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, distinguished members of the Committee of Experts, dear ladies and gentlemen. It is with utmost honor that Sao Tome and Principe takes the floor in this technical session of open interaction. This dialogue constitutes an opportunity to strengthen our commitment towards the implementation of our obligations to the African Charter since we ratified in 2019. As for the state of affairs, allow me to start with a frank and institutional acknowledgement that since we ratified the Charter, we have not yet submitted a report to the African Committee of Experts on the rights and welfare of the child. Admittedly, this is really a serious breach which we acknowledge, and we also want to highlight that our failure to submit a report does not mean that we are not committed. It is due to several reasons, such as technical hindrances in terms of human resources, as well as the non-existence of efficient mechanisms of coordination among the different sectors that should compile such a report, and a poor data collection system. This has been then a serious constraint that we are progressively doing away with. As for the concrete achievements between 2023 and 2025, despite not having finalized a formal report, we have had considerable achievements such as the institutional reform towards a better coordination of the implementation of the rights of the child, the establishment of an interministerial task force specifically geared towards the right of the child. We also dealt with the consolidation of the data mainstreaming for the areas of the youth, social protection, and health. As for the report as such, we already have a draft which is at about 60%, and the key sectors who have already provided the preliminary information which will allow us to overcome our historical barriers in our articulation. And we have, as of late, been able to manage to overcome the hurdles which for a long time have impeded us to submit the report. We have managed to overcome the lack of interministerial coordination through the task force I have alluded to, and now we also mitigate such barriers through specific activities aimed at collecting and validating the data collected. And now, thank God, thanks to the ongoing training processes, we are broadening the knowledge of those who have to handle the data that is to be submitted in the report. That notwithstanding, we will not be able to submit the report in 2025. However, we already have a consensual schedule which has been agreed upon by all involved sectors to do so, and we plan to consolidate the technical components of the report now to, by December 2025, and the interministerial validation with the civil society will be between January and February 2026. The political approval by the government will be in March 2026, and we will submit the report by May 2026. This is our firm commitment undertaken at the highest level of political decision making. Therefore, São Tomé e Príncipe reiterates her commitment with the protection of the child after facing many years of facing serious challenges. Now we are committed to initiate a new phase of transparency and state cooperation. We would like to renew our gratitude for your kind attention and for the technical support and for the partnership that you have provided. We thank you.
Merci d'avoir relaté les différents.
Thank you very much for having brought about the various entanglements, the various barriers, rather, that are standing between you and your reporting. And also you mentioned about your commitment for 2026. Now, the Togo will now take the floor. We will now conclude with your presentation. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to present the challenges and the calendar of Togo's work when it comes to reporting. The first point with regards to the institutional framework of the state when it comes to reporting, we would say that Togo has ratified this charter in in 1998, and it is important for us to submit to the Committee of Experts the periodic reporting in order to show the Charter, to give effect to the Charter. And as such, the Republic of Togo has an interministerial committee working on human rights. And this committee is under the coordination of the ministry in charge of human rights. It is the organ of drafting human rights policies and laws in Togo, but also follows up the implementation of recommendations. And as such, it is given the right to, or rather the duty to present to the conventional organs of human rights the various reports, but also to the Bureau of Statistics and partners all the necessary information with regards to human rights and the consolidation of democracy. It is also in charge of drafting periodic reports regarding international reporting that touch on human rights. But also to submit the report, to submit to the Commission of Human Rights, but also to follow up on the implementation of recommendations that are put in place by the organs of control with regards to international treaties, regional treaties established with regards to human rights. But also, it is important, it is charged with to put forward the various measures that are put in place with regards to the measures or the recommendations of international organs. We have the CPR, which is in charge of human rights, and also, as I alluded to, the interministerial committee. And this organ, the CPR, uses two steps. Firstly, data collection when it comes to various actors, and the second step is the one involving validation workshops, also workshop of enriching and indeed enriching the various documents with regard to human rights, and also the various groupings of children, civil society as well, that are working in this area. Now, when it comes to challenges, I would mention the fact that in Togo, ever since Togo submitted its report in 2011 to ACERWC, the process has been launched for the periodic report. However, several challenges stood on our way. And amongst these challenges, I could mention the mechanism of data collection that brings about several ministerial departments, and this does not allow us to collect information within the necessary time. We're also talking about collection of data in a systematic way, but also socio-economical environment, and of course the allocation of resources given the various humanitarian priorities, given the security crisis in the north of Togo, of course linked to the Sahel crisis. In terms of progress, we could say that we have the establishment of an interministerial committee for the drafting of reports, as I mentioned. We're also talking about the briefing meeting with the members of the CIEA regarding the protection of the children's rights. And we can also speak about the presentation of initial rights, but also the various information that have been collected. We could talk about an action plan and a calendar. in order to collect the data and analysis and drafting of reports. And of course, the mobilization of resources with our partners. And also, we are trying to put together a calendar in order to submit the first periodic report from Togo in December already. To March 2026, we have planned to elaborate the first draft of the report. From April to June, we will have the first draft. From July, on July 2026, we'll have the draft of the report by the members of the ACERWC. And in August 2026, to validate the draft of the report amongst the national actors. And it's in September 2026, we will submit our report to ACERWC. And now, when it's about the focal point, regarding the focal point is within the committee in charge of the human rights. And we would like to submit his name to the Secretariat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for having shared your experience, and also for all the member states that have participated so far, but also for having shared this interministerial mechanism that you have in place that has allowed you indeed to finalize, or rather to reach the end of your drafting of most of your reports. We still have 10 minutes, and in this 10 minutes, I would like us to have a debate, a sharing. I will open the floor to the members of the committee first, and also to the rest of the guests within the room. Members of the committee, the floor is yours. Should the members not have anything to say, we could move straight away to our guest. Gambia. Is that so?
Donc, tout au fond, nous avons...
Senegal. So we have Senegal, and then? I'm not seeing clearly. We have Niger. Is it Niger? The Gambia? Niger. Senegal was the first one. And then Niger afterwards. The representative of the Commission of Human Rights, Senegal. You have the floor.
Donc, merci beaucoup, Honorable Président.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I would like to thank all the countries that have presented their situation with regards to reporting, but also like to congratulate the measures that are being taken in order to respect the standards. And as NHI, I would like to ask a question to all the countries. In your committees, in your interministerial committees, or within your national mechanism of reporting, do you integrate the Commission of Human Rights? But also, are you making sure that within those committees that you have departments that are looking at rights of children? And secondly, you also have a legal text that enforces the submission of reports to the National Commission. As you know, NHIs respond to a regime of continuity. Now, the current regime might not understand the missions of the Commission of Human Rights. So we need to give a certain value to the institutions in terms of the promotion of human rights within the country. However, what we see is that these institutions are often mixed with OECs. And yet the difference. So NHIs are in the face between the communities and the states. However, the members of the regime are not necessarily understanding the situation. It is the time for me to put together advocacy so that we can strengthen the place of NHIs, because they are created by the states, but they are independent structures. Thank you very much. The floor is given to the one who asked. Yes, at the back. You have the floor. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to take the floor on behalf of the civil society of Niger in terms of the promotion of children's rights. Thank you very much to all the presenters who gave us very brilliant presentations. I would like to ask a question to the members of the committee, the international committee based in Geneva. My question is, what are the measures that are taken in order to harmonize the reporting periods between CDE and the African Charter? Niger, the representative state party. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. We have listened with great attention the various presentations made by countries. And Niger also has a national mechanism that is responsible for the drafting of reporting for the organs, the treaty organs. It's the same mechanism that is in charge of the the monitoring of the implementation of the treaty dispositions. And it's only in 2010 that this mechanism was created in Niger. From 2010 to 2024, there has been several reforms in terms of its form. It's the Ministry of Justice that is in charge of this mechanism, that has by itself the representatives of various sectorial committees such as UNS and the cabinet of the presidency. And within our methodology, of our reporting methodology, we bring in the civil society and the NHI. We bring them in during our various workshops in order to obtain their views with regards to what we're recommending. This leads me to an important question that I would like to put to the two countries, Mali and Togo, our sister countries. They mentioned CNDH, given that CNDH is a structure that could produce reports that is going against the reporting of the state. Is this not a limitation for the committee to have indeed a more enlightened view? Thank you very much. I think that the majority of interventions were comments. There's a question that has been asked to the secretary of the CRC. And because we have coffee breaks and moments like that, also, coffee breaks within our networking, you could speak to the representative of the CRC who could give you further details. So I believe that we have exhausted the time that was allocated for this panel. All the member states have shared their reporting mechanisms, the status of the situations within the states, the opportunities as well. but also the question of chronology in terms of the submission of report has also been evoked. And I would like to really commend all the countries that have already submitted their reports during this year. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our congratulations, heartfelt congratulations. And we'll also like to congratulate the member states that have committed themselves within, in front of the committee, but also in front of you, representatives of state parties, to submit the periodic reports and also the initial reports. And we also encourage those who have not done so to do so. Thanks through this special mechanism that we have within our committee. You can use the country rapporteur here within the committee that can, accompany you within the work. I give the floor to the Executive Secretary, Dr. Aiello.
Thank you, distinguished representative from member states, state parties to the African Charter on the Right and Welfare of the Child for the presentations. As the Honorable Chair indicated, we look forward to receiving your submissions and the briefings that you have just presented. We know that you've prepared a lot. It's just that we had to manage the time given the number of speakers that we have, but we make sure that all your submissions are duly recorded as part of the official session report of the African Committee of Experts on the Right and Welfare of the Child. We will also do a follow-up. The pledges that have been made in terms of reporting lines will be to we will pursue through the diplomatic channels. We have taken note of the dates and the years that you have mentioned that you will be submitting your reports to the committee. So we will be following up on those indicated dates through the diplomatic channels, as this is an official submission to the African Committee of Experts on the Right and Welfare of the Child. Having said that, in the afternoon, we will still proceed on issues of state party reporting, but now this time around we will resort to the role of stakeholders. The role of stakeholders, so we will be having a panel composed of UNICEF and civil society organizations. And then the second segment of the engagement that we're going to have in the afternoon will be focusing specifically on NMRFs. That has been already indicated in the morning by various speakers on the role of NMRFs. There will be a specific engagement with regard to NMRFs right after tea break in the afternoon. So we break for lunch now, and lunch break will be for 1 hour. It is 1:20. We will be back to this room at 2 o'clock sharp. Thank you so much. Can we all take our seats so that we can resume? And colleagues outside, if you can kindly come in so that we can resume our session.
Yes, of course. So
representatives of UNICEF. They're coming.
They're coming.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's okay.
So it's okay.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please, the representative. Yes, you have the. You are here. Okay, sorry. How are you? Yes, nice to see you. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome to our committee and to this panel.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah, you can see. Take a seat. Bon après-midi.
Very good afternoon to everyone, dear members of the committees of members representing member states, and our dear guest. We're going to move with the first panel today, dealing with stakeholders and reflections on reporting, reflections on the diverse partners. It will be presided by Mr. German. Mr. German, you have the floor, Mr. German. Of CPF. Mr. German, you have the floor.
Chair, good afternoon, colleagues. I guess the lunch was good. Can I get a confirmation? Great. I think we started well in the morning, starting from the need and the why aspect of state party reporting, then followed by the experience of states in terms of reporting, the challenge that they're facing, the progress that they have made, and also we listened a bit on child participation aspect of it. And now we move a little bit away from focus on the states and try to discuss issues around support to the member states from different actors. You would agree with me the proverb that it takes a village to raise a child can also be applied to state party reporting, because in as much as the state has got the primary duty of reporting on their obligation, it is an endeavor that cannot only be achieved by state parties. So we need civil society organizations, development partners, national human rights institutions, network of CSOs, and I have all of them on this podium. So allow me to introduce my panels. I've got 4 panelists. Mr. Deepak Bahaskaran, a representative of UNICEF. I have Mr. Benedict Omilo, also known as Baba Africa, right there, from CSO Forum. Moila Malama on the far right from Save the Children, and Mr. Foluso Adegalu. The way I'm thinking of this session is I'm going to pose a question to them on the role they can play, and also their experience and the challenges in terms of supporting state party reporting. And then they will come back to making pledges on what they can do going forward after reflecting on their experience. So I will start right away from UNICEF. I know that UNICEF is present almost in all African countries and supporting different actors in terms of delivering on child rights obligations. So if you can share with us your experience of supporting state party reporting in the country, and also maybe across the continent. Also, perhaps if you may add, what challenges are you facing in this process? Over to you.
Thank you very much. I can stay here, or I have to go?
I think you can stay.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished guests, and colleagues and partners. As I mentioned, my name is Deepak Bhaskaran, country representative of UNICEF here in Lesotho. So it is actually a privilege to join this very important forum as we share UNICEF's reflection on supporting governments in fulfilling international obligations under state party reporting. So within Africa, UNICEF provides sustainable technical assistance to most governments, focusing on the 2 key frameworks. One is the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, the CRC, and the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, ACERWC. And this support spans the entire reporting cycle, from the initial compilation of data to drafting of reports, addressing, concluding observations, and integrating recommendations into national policies and plans. And this comprehensive approach ensures that the commitments are made at international and continental levels that are translated into tangible actions for the improvement of children. So UNICEF's engagement in state party reporting in Africa is at 2 levels. One is at the country level, which is we do it here, like we do it here in Lesotho, and at the continental level through the liaison office to the African Union and Economic Commission of Africa. So just briefly, if I may also state, in terms of at the country level, what we do. We firstly begin with the advocacy, creating awareness on the importance of timely reporting, accountability, and monitoring. So the reporting is not simply a procedural obligation. It is a tool for transparency and progress. What follows after that is a compilation of data which forms the foundation for accurate and comprehensive reporting. And in Lesotho, we have done it a lot, facilitated collective workshops with various line ministries and with the Bureau of Statistics. And these steps ensures that the reporting is grounded on evidence and reflect the realities faced by the children. We also support inclusive support to stakeholder consultations and preparation for a consultative dialogue with treaty bodies. Our work does not just end with the submission itself, including the confidential reports, but we follow up on concluding observations and recommendations, working closely with the government of Lesotho to respond effectively to feedback both on the CRC and ACERWC committees. Yeah, so this is generally what we do at the country level. And I think at the continental level, UNICEF works closely with the ACERWC through AU and the ECA office. And this collaboration includes advocacy to enhance accountability and explore innovations such as developing a simple reporting tools that can serve both CRC and ACERWC. So that's generally what we do, and we're happy to add anything further. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that concise and straightforward. I like the fact that you framed state party reporting as a tool of transparency and accountability, and that's what it is actually. And I hope that is the perspective that is also taken by state parties, not the tick box exercise, but a framework for accountability. Let me pass to my right to Baba Africa, Benedict from CSO Forum. CSO Forum as a network remains to be a key actor in child rights engagement, especially in bringing grassroots voices to the committee, to regional mechanisms for accountability. So if you would just share with us your experience in terms of supporting state party report at the CSO Forum, but also experience from your members at the country level. Over to you, Benedict.
Thank you so much, comrade. And standing on the existing protocols through the chair, I want to appreciate the committee and state parties who are present and all CSO comrades in the House. Perhaps just to briefly mention about the CSO Forum so that you understand when I talk about national coalitions, you'll understand. The CSO Forum does not exist in isolation, but we bring together all the 5 regions of the continent. We are in East Africa through ESRN, the Eastern Africa Child Rights Network. We are in Southern Africa through CRINSA, the Child Rights Network of Southern Africa. We are in Northern Africa through Manara, a network that brings together child rights organizations and other CSOs in the North Africa. We are in West Africa through WACSOF, a regional network, a CSO network that also, or forum that brings together various CSOs plus child rights actors. And we are in Central Africa through REDIEC, which is a network of child rights organizations and other civil society organizations. So we operate and bring them together at the continental level, plus also partnerships with the development partners and other Pan-African institutions and academia. So one is that we have been collaborating so effectively with the committee of experts, and we have been strengthening the technical capacities of civil society organizations by providing trainings on the charter and reporting guidelines, data collection, and report drafting. We have also supported national coalitions to improve quality and depth of evidence in state and complementary reports. Sometimes you might think that government, as Comrade just mentioned, governments also need capacities. And there are a lot of gaps which civil society organizations fill at national level and also bringing this to the region. So through that coordination, we have ensured that information trickles down to the ground. And some of the experiences that we have had, very progressive recently, we have Kenya, I know during the previous session, there was a concern whereby no state report had been submitted. But through the advocacy and collaboration of CSO Forum and partners, we have been able to ensure that some states that we collaborate with so closely and civil society organizations actually lobby for the submission of state report and also a preparation and submission of complementary report. Look at, for instance, in Kenya, we have done the same. In Burundi, the state report was pending since 2017. The committee had a mission there, and through our coordination efforts with FENADEB, they were able to visit Burundi, and I'm happy to report that the Burundi report, complementary report, is also going to be considered by the committee. Same has been done in South Africa before, civil society supporting states or the government and also developing their complementary report. Uganda, Rwanda, and Mozambique through REDEC, a member of CRINSA. So we have been doing this all along, and we also hope that with support from new partnerships, we are going to take this to the next level. And just to mention also about child participation, which has been key to our work and engagement with the committee, that we have collaborated so closely with the committee to ensuring that the voices of children are at the core of reporting. And therefore, you'll find that in some of these reports, even in Kenya, we had a children's report. And thank you so much, the committee leadership, for ensuring that children's voices are also part of these reporting processes. However, as you mentioned about the challenges, we have realized that when it comes to especially children reports, there are no clear guidelines on this. So you find that in some instances, children are given, the template which is so heavy for them. Whereas the children's report, actually there should be a way that they interact with the state report and understand the elements there, so that it is not taken to be like, you also need those diplomatic languages and, in the children's report. Thank you, comrade.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think that the last point you raised has also been mentioned in the morning by the child representative, saying that we need child-friendly procedures and guidelines. And I hope this would be something that might be taken up by the committee to come up with a guideline for children to participate in state party reporting, also to submit their own report to the committee. Let me come back to my left side, far east rather, far right to Malama. Malama, from Save the Children's point of view, as an NGO engaging in various child rights work, including humanitarian sector and all that, how do you engage in state party reporting? What is the support that you have been providing? Is there any good practice that can be picked up from one country which can be replicated in other countries to actually have regular and timely reporting from the states? Over to you.
Thank you very much. Starting with, I think, in terms of the work that we've done as an organization over the years, we've done quite a bit of work around supporting the reporting process, obviously working in partnerships, especially with institutions like UNICEF, working with CSO Forum and other child-focused agencies, too numerous to mention, but also broadly speaking with our partners in the Joining Forces Alliance. But as an organization, some of our good practices and experiences I would say center around 3 good practices. One of those practices is really investing in capacity sharing, strengthening and guidance. So working with member states to strengthen capacity in terms of reporting, working with member states to ensure that there are means and measures in place to have these reports in place, including integration with some of the emerging issues. So for example, right now, one of our priorities is around integrating environment and climate within state party reports as well as CSO reports. So we have, for example, developed CSO guidelines that we will hopefully be presenting at the next session at the next committee session. But we hope that we could take that even a step further and continue providing those kinds of guidelines. If you look at the reporting guidelines as they stand now, I mean, obviously I think they were updated in 2020 from the update that we got this morning. Some of the critical issues that have become prominent in recent years, including, for example, climate, might not necessarily appear within the guidelines, but nothing stops member states from reporting. If you look at the UN CRRC General Comment 26 and the committee's resolution number 18, we need to ensure that member states, for example, are reporting on how the climate crisis is impacting children. And that's where we come in. We are providing that sort of technical support in that particular line of reporting. There is a proverb that says the child who does not cry dies on the mother's back. And so that speaks to even the need for child participation, that we need to continue supporting the efforts by government, by the committee, and other institutions that have interest in children to be able to participate and have voice. As my comrade here mentioned, that's important. So part of the efforts that we also have put in place is to support children to develop, reports. So the children's shadow or complementary reports as well has been part of the critical examples that we can give. And then I think one of the critical things that came out in one of the conversations yesterday was around the importance of knowledge sharing. In my language, we say, umwana shenda atasha nino ukunaya. That translates to the child who doesn't travel feels the mother is the best cook. And of course, many mothers in here believe that they are the best cooks. But I think the principle behind that example I'm giving is that we need to ensure that we support parties and member states to learn from each other. And that's part of what we do. We try to facilitate that learning. So, for example, some of the practical things we've done in the past have included, for example, visits of parliamentary caucuses on children in one country to another parliamentary caucus on children in another country, as a way of ensuring that we support that cross-learning, so that they know that even if they've got good practices, maybe they could learn something from other countries. But there are also challenges in spite of those kinds of important milestones that I've mentioned. Limited domestic financing becomes a challenge. Many member states, as far as we have seen and noted, and perhaps the member states in here might agree or disagree, but there is a challenge of funding for the reporting process. It's, largely speaking, I would say in many countries, it's not even in the ministerial budget or the national budget as it gets passed. So how do then have enough resources to report? And the reporting process can also be costly, especially if you want it to be meaningful. So you need to have those resources. So we do find that as a challenge. So member states must ensure that reporting processes are within their domestic budgets to avoid over-reliance on cooperating partners, because if the cooperating partners don't step in, then that poses a challenge. But there are also capacity gaps that are worth mentioning. So technical expertise on cross-cutting issues remain a challenge as well. There are cross-cutting issues that are sometimes considered as also emerging issues. For example, children's rights in the digital space. There might be capacity gaps sometimes within member states because of the way the government sometimes are structured. Of course, we've seen there are good practices in some member states, as they mentioned earlier on, that they are creating sort of interministerial committees. That sometimes helps to bridge that. But some of the day-to-day challenge that many member states would probably attest to in terms of challenges would include even capacity, because in many countries you have one officer, for example, who's sort of designated as the person who leads on the reporting. 2 months, 3 months before the report is due or to be submitted, they get transferred to another ministry. The whole process can easily collapse because of that. And so capacity gaps then remain a challenge. So we see these are some of the gaps that need to be addressed, and we are working towards ensuring that we support member states to address some of these particular kinds of gaps through our advocacy and our direct programming in those countries. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Malama. I would just want to pick where you left. Budgeting, I think. Budgeting for state party. I would say where you put your resource is actually an indication of where your heart is as a state party. So resource is an indication of, maybe the highest indication of commitment, I would say. So perhaps the discussion that we are having here also would end up in commitment from you partners to support states in terms of delivering on the obligation. Let me come back to another unique entity that we have in the room, NHRI. National human rights institutions have one of their leg is in the government because they are established by domestic systems and funded accordingly. But at the same time, they're also expected to be the watchdog of what state parties are doing in terms of delivering on their human rights commitment. So, Adegalu, if you take us through what NANRI, the network of human rights, African human rights, National Human Rights Institution is doing, and also what the member of NANRI are doing in their domestic sphere in terms of supporting state parties on reporting. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. A warm afternoon to the Honorable Chair of the African Committee and members of the African Committee and state delegates in the House, and particularly also a warm afternoon to delegates of National Human Rights Institution in the room. I would have this discussion by simply looking at the role of NANRI in the state reporting process, and I'll speak specifically on some of the activities that we have done from the perspective of the committee. Then I would speak a little bit also about how National Human Rights Institution, like you rightly said, as a unique entity, can push their state to report, especially with the fact that there is issue with reporting to the committee, and also maybe identify one or two challenges that that we've seen in this regard. So in terms of the network of African National Human Rights Institution, it's an umbrella body that has 46 African National Human Rights Institutions. And when we link that to the state reporting process, this means that the primary role that NANRI can play is acting as a connector and also capacity builder and coordination platform between national human rights institution and regional mechanism, and in our context, the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. So when it comes to reporting, and again, speaking directly to the context of the committee, we have had different direct intervention where we had engaged with National Human Rights Institution in collaboration with the African Committee in improving their capacity to engage with the committee broadly, in terms of general engagement, but also including the state reporting process. So in October 2021, we had a regional sensitization workshop, which we had in conjunction with the African Committee, which had over 25 national human rights institutions. And one of the key outcomes of that workshop was the enhanced understanding among African NHRIs of the committee's mandate and also the state party reporting obligation under Article 43 of the Charter. And that workshop actually had members of both the committee and the Secretariat. Then also in 2023, we had another physical workshop in Nairobi on the implementation of decisions and recommendations of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, which also had in attendance members of this honorable committee and also about 30 national human rights institutions. Again, the outcome of that workshop was also to strengthen national human rights institution understanding of the decisions of the African Committee. And most recently, in August 2025, we had another workshop on implementation of decision of African human rights bodies broadly, but this was done in collaboration with the three African human rights bodies. So we had representative of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, who spoke specifically to how national human rights institutions can engage with the committee and also understanding the mandate of the committee. So we've had about 3 direct engagements in that regards. Then apart from this direct engagement, I would also say that another platform is the general engagement that we have with policy organs, with the African Union Policy Organ, which is the AUC NANRI Policy Dialogue. We had the most recent one in May in Addis, which also had presentation from the African Committee. So through this platform and also the NHRI Forum, which is set on the margin of the session of the human rights bodies, we've been able to create spaces for national human rights institutions to improve the understanding of the mechanism and the reporting process. So in terms of the the role and potential of NHRIs in pushing for states to submit reports. I think this can be seen from 4 core features of National Human Rights Institution, and I think the first one, Mr. Moderator, you've mentioned that. That's the unique institutional position of National Human Rights Institution. They are considered as the 4th space within the African human rights system because they are independent from government, but they are also embedded in the state architecture, which gives them that advantage. I think for context of the committee, the second core feature is the extensive experience of African National Human Rights Institution with other regional and UN mechanisms. So to say that in requesting National Human Rights Institution to support the state reporting process, the committee is not adding an extra burden to National Human Rights Institution because this is something that they do in other platforms. And also the committee itself has also recognized the participation of NHRIs in its session through different documents, the guidelines on the form, content, and consideration of state party reports mentioned NHRIs, and most importantly, the guideline on affiliate status for National Human Rights Institution. The reason why I'm mentioning this, and one thing that I maybe want to flag for consideration, is the fact that I think this is a bit underutilized at the moment when you look at all of this. And this is because compared, for example, with the African Commission session during the 86th ordinary session, we had about 14 national human rights institutions that made statements, but in this very session, unfortunately, we had about only 5 that made statements, and I think that highlights a gap because we have about 21 national human rights institutions with affiliate status. So the push for states to ratify is naturally ingrained in 2 mandates of National Human Rights Institution. Their mandate to encourage ratification and ensure implementation of international instruments, which is required by the Paris Principle, and also the broad mandates of National Human Rights Institution to promote and protect human rights. The mandate to encourage ratification, that is direct and straightforward because it's required for every national human rights institution under the Paris Principle, paragraph A3, B, and C. But maybe just to speak a little bit into how the legal mandate to promote, the broad mandate to promote and protect, can also be utilized for state reporting.
Let me give you just 1 minute.
Okay, so it's just to say that because they have this mandate, they can use this mandate to, identify gaps at the national level and formally recommend that the states should submit reports. So because that is actually a gap when it comes to compliance at the national level. And also, they can also use their promotion mandate to, influence national stakeholders so that the stake of non-reporting is higher at the national level by calling attention of other stakeholders to this issue. Then maybe briefly, in the last 30 seconds, some of the challenges, of course, for National Human Rights Institution is, and this we see from some of the workshops that we've had, is one, there is still limited understanding of the working of the mechanisms, the regional bodies. But I think most importantly, the context in which this National Human Rights Institution operates at the moment in our continent is very volatile, so there's lack of actual operational independence, which again becomes problematic for a unique institution that is created by state but expected to hold state accountable. I would stop there. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that comprehensive response. And I would like to reiterate the fact that the unique positioning of national human rights institutions would actually help them to push state parties because it comes from their own mandate, a mandate that is created either by the Constitution or by the domestic law. With that, I will bring, instead of me adding more questions, I will bring the questions to the room, and we'll have discussions, Q&A, for about 10 minutes, and then we'll come back to the panelists to give their final pledges just for 1 minute, each of them. So I will bring the mic to the floor. I will start with committee members, followed by state parties, and I would expect also responses, questions, and the pledges from CSOs in the room. From committee members. I don't see hands from the committee members, state parties. I think here is where we want to hear more. I was jotting down in the morning, some of the common patterns that were coming out was recognizing the fact that reporting is delaying, and also the recognition that there is lack of resource from state parties, right? The positive aspect around establishment of interministerial committees. These are some of the things that were repeatedly coming out. I would expect now member states to speak to partners who are there here to support, and also perhaps put forward the kind of support you require in your national context, so that you partner with these partner organizations working to support you in delivering on your reporting obligations. Member states. Mauritania, I'm seeing Mauritania. Oh, Libya there. The Commission, the Banjul Commission. Any other hand? Let's start with Mauritania.
In the name of Allah, good afternoon. It is known that the international bodies presents or extend two types of support, technical support and financial support. But there is an understanding that, I don't know how to describe it, that this support contradicts the national sovereignty of states. So I believe that this confusion must be erased so the states can go to the donors and UN funds to submit a request for funding to assist us fulfilling its obligations in the area of human rights. Because in these conventions, international and regional conventions, it is referenced that the obligations is linked with what is available of resources. That is the point. I hope that we can discuss it to remove the confusion that the principle of state sovereignty is not in contradiction with receiving funds from the partners and donors. Those funds that would assist the states in fulfilling the obligations in human rights field. Thank you.
Perhaps my panelists would have a minute to reflect later on that. Libya.
Alors, la Libye, vous avez la parole.
Peace be upon you. Honestly, we were not, we did not cooperate before with the African Committee of Experts, but we have cooperation with the UNICEF, especially in terms of the reports on the Convention of the Rights of Child. So UNICEF provided us with technical support, like training staff on how to preparing the reports and how to on data collection. And this is what assists us in drafting the charter report. So we would like to thank them for this support. Thank you.
I would also expect if you extend your request to do the same for the African Charter on the right and the welfare of the child, because we are equally, our states are equally responsible to report to both entities on both frameworks. The Banjul Commission right here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Yeah, just I wanted to share a few comments. Definitely the CSOs and NHRIs play a significant role in the reporting process. In this regard, probably we could in this regard invite CSOs and NHRIs to strengthen their cooperation with African Union human rights organs, namely the Banjul Commission and the Macero Committee, especially through requesting for the either affiliate or observer status. Because so far, I don't know whether it's the case for the committee, but for the Banjul Commission, for example, receiving shadow reports and considering shadow reports from CSOs is conditioned by having the observer status. And so this is just an idea to share with the participants. Probably this would be a means for CSOs and NHRIs to strengthen their cooperation with both organs. And also, I wanted to just to highlight that, as it has been said, stakeholders, namely CSOs, NGOs, and NHRIs, may like intervene upstream through advocating for state report submissions. As it has been said, it's part of the mandate of NHRIs specifically. But also we should not forget the role played by stakeholders, either during the reporting cycle through participating in the drafting process of the national report, but also submitting shadow reports, alternative reports to organs. And also the role played by these stakeholders after, like, downstream, after the conclusion of the reporting cycle, because CSOs especially are invited to like make a kind of local follow-up of on the implementation of the recommendations and concluding observations received by the state party in anticipation of the next reporting cycle. So CSOs are on the ground, the NHRI is on the ground as well, and probably it's centric to their mandate to like follow up on the implementation of the received recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think observer status is the starting point actually to engage with the committee, with human rights entities, and I hope any organization in this room that has no observer status would really apply. It's a straightforward procedure, and the committee is here to review that. One or two interventions from CSOs, if you have any good practice in terms of supporting state party in reporting, or if you have any challenge, significant challenge that you would like to share with us that can be tackled by experience of other CSOs in the room, I would give 1-2 opportunities. Right there, my sister.
Thank you so much. So thank you. I may not necessarily be CSO, but indeed the NHRI is cut across, working closely with the government and the civil society organization. I want to just comment on what has been presented by the panelists, thanking them for that input, and just appreciating that indeed there is room for more collaboration when it comes to the work at the both national and regional level in terms of supporting NHRIs to also come in strong by enabling the voices of the children to be heard through their alternative reports and shadow reports. That is one of the areas I believe most NHRIs are still having a challenge, and we need really quite a lot of support. Secondly, I want to just mention that when it comes to working with the state, and I've heard most member states are having a challenge when it comes to holding consultations and in particularly enabling proper public participation. Sometimes due to limitation of resources, you find that the consultation sometimes happen in very few regions, leaving out the communities in the marginalized areas. And I believe in the spirit of leaving no one behind, we can, as a nation and also at a regional level, enhance collaboration whereby the state parties can easily collaborate with NHRIs and CSOs, and where possible have some of these consultations at the grassroots level to ensure that the children who are probably facing more vulnerabilities because of the fact that they are not near the urban centers, and sometimes because of different economic factors, are not left behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that addition. One last addition before I come back to my panelists. Great, I don't see any hand up. Yeah, perhaps maybe from the panelists, if you would like to respond to the question raised by my brother from Mauritania, the wrong perception around interference with sovereignty of state by the mere fact that you request collaboration from INGOs or international development partners. May I come to you, Dibak?
No, thank you for the question. I think I will have to, firstly, I think from my point of view, it's the child rights is the center of the agenda. And I think we support both CRC and ACERWC in the process. I think these are the legal issues that was mentioned by the representative of Mauritania in terms of the sovereignty. But for us, the core focus is child rights. And that's where we make sure that those rights are not violated and reporting comes accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would just want to add one point to that. If you look at the framework of international human rights instruments, one of the key elements is collaboration and cooperation. And that has been across all human rights treaties. And I wouldn't see sovereignty being interfered by the fact that we get support from international organization, because cooperation by itself is a legal obligation imposed on state parties by the treaty itself. That would be my addition. Let me, okay, Malam, if you want to add, 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you very much. I wanted to build on that because I think it partially touched on one of the points I had raised. From the Save the Children perspective, part of the broader conversation around public investment in children requires that member states allocate adequate resources to all processes that are important for the fulfillment of children's rights under the Charter and under the Convention. And therefore, my personal view around that particular question would be that as much as we want to continue being part of that cooperative spirit, it's important that member states allocate resources within their budgets, because then there will be a bit more ownership in terms of owning the process, but also accountability, because if you have a budget line within your national budget on reporting, during the auditing process, somebody will have to come and ask, did you do this? Was it done to the standard that's required? And it sort of continues in upholding that accountability. So my view would be that we should strongly encourage that member states ensure that within their domestic national budgets, there is that, because I think even the presentation made earlier on from, I think it was our colleague from, I don't know whether that was from UNICEF, but from the UNCRC, I think the secretary of the UNCRC, she mentioned one of the challenges they're facing now is that there's been a budget gap, so there are certain things they can't do anymore because of the budget gap. Now, that same implication is also there for member states, so we need to figure out how we resource, and the ultimate solution is national budgets for this kind of a process. With support from, of course, partners like us, we can contribute, but we're not there to replace the funding obligations that member states should have towards this important process. Thank you.
Thank you. As you mentioned, okay, you want 1 minute then.
Yeah, no, thanks. I just feel I should add one point to that. I think the point of, it's erroneous to think that it affects state sovereignty to seek, support for purposes of fulfilling obligations that that the treaty has imposed on the states, because the treaties with the African Charter on the Right to the Welfare of the Child will specifically mandate states to take all necessary measures, to give effect to the provision of that treaty. Now, if a state doesn't have, say, the technical capacity or the financial capacity to submit a report, which is an obligation under the treaty, I don't see how, reaching out to any institution, for that matter, that can actually assist to fill that gap can be perceived as an infringement on the sovereignty of the states. I just want to add that. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's just to reiterate the fact that it's complementarity, not competition, and not interference with the state sovereignty, rather supporting state to deliver on their obligation. Let me give you one minute each to pledge support to state parties in terms of what you will be doing going forward. I think the discussion we had so far is somehow retrospective. We're looking at what we have done so far, what you will do going forward in terms of supporting state party. Let me start right there from Mala.
Thank you very much. I think the key offer we can make is really around continue to provide technical support on some of the critical areas, including integration of some of the emerging issues. So like I've mentioned earlier on, the climate piece, children's rights in the digital space, children's rights and business. Again, this is another emerging area that many member states need to take into account, and so we have that level of expertise to provide that technical support. But also, I think, in echoing my previous message, we find ourselves, I would say, being able to support in advocating for domestic financing. I think that still remains critical within the broader conversation around allocating resources for reporting obligations to ensure sustainability as well. So those would be some of the critical ones. But again, around that would be the capacity strengthening and promoting child participation, because we have expertise within that particular framework to ensure that children attain their rights to participate within this important reporting process. Thank you.
Thank you so much. CSO Forum.
Thank you, Comrade. Just to add on what Comrade Malama said is that as CSO Forum, we continue committing to also offering technical support, capacity building of our CSOs, the CSO networks, and other organizations that are interested in reporting, state reporting, and complementary reporting. We also commit to building strong regional coalitions and harmonizing evidence to amplify the African children's voice. As you know, some regions are not all that strong, some regional networks, including the national networks. So we commit to do that, building stronger regional and national networks. Also, accountability and monitoring. We pledge to develop and maintain a continental reporting tracker, and this is in collaboration and partnership with development partners and the committee. There was what we used to call the COT matrix, the Concluding Observation Trends Tracker matrix. And this can go into, even tracking the concluding observations, as well as countries how countries are reporting. And there was concern about delayed reports, and those are some of the areas that we want to track and see which states perhaps need support so that we can work together. Also, as Comrade has said, I want to still emphasize about child participation, because we need to come up with measures that children will feel free to participate in this reporting process and continuously engaging with the committee without feeling, left too much or too far behind. Also follow up on concluding observations. As I said, again, reporting, state reporting, and complementary reporting is not an event, it is a process. And let us engage into this process, not after submitting the report, we back off. It is a continuous process to supporting even committee missions, country missions, advocacy missions, and follow-up missions to the concluding observations, implementation, status of concluding observations, implementation reports. We commit to engage with that. And lastly, resource mobilization, as you mentioned, and this one I know, Comrade, you want to hear. We need to collaborate on this and ensure that actually all the conversations we have had here, without resources, nothing can be done. So we need to collaborate when it comes to resource mobilization, and also request on observer status that the committee will consider the 15 CSOs who have applied for observer status through the chair, and we will continue mobilizing more civil society organizations to apply for observer status so that they are effectively engaged in this child rights advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you for that comprehensive support. I hope state parties are here jotting down the point that they are saying. In as much as we want to hold state parties to account, CSOs should also be held to account, I guess, on what they are promising. UNICEF, 1 minute, please.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm really encouraged to see all the commitments so far. And you know, despite of this challenging environment we are all facing, I think UNICEF remains steadfast in its commitment to work with the state parties to the CRC as well as the ACERWC. And I think we support also the memorandum of understanding that has been happening with the CRC and ACERWC, and ongoing initiatives around joint reporting mechanisms, joint missions, and capacity building of state parties and children in collaboration with other partners. And also, we reaffirm our commitment to strengthening collaboration with ACERWC, particularly in building the capacity of the state party reporting, enhancing accountability mechanisms, and providing meaningful engagement and participation of children in this process. But I want to reemphasize that, you know, this is not just a reporting or a procedural obligation that we are here to support, and we pledge to support that, but also it's a very powerful instrument to advance the rights and well-being of child, and rights and well-being of child, especially in Africa. So this is what we are pledging for in terms of supporting and moving forward with this agenda on the rights of child in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Nandri, finally.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Now that I had the accountability part, I think I'll be very strategic. So in terms of commitment, of course, I think we have three very concrete commitments that we would like to make to, of course, state party, but now through their national human rights institution. The first one is to support the increase in number of national human rights institutions with affiliate status with the African Committee, and also improve the effective use of this affiliate status by national human rights institution. So concretely, our plan is to work, of course, closely with the committee to see some of the priority countries, maybe like at least 5 national human rights institutions, say in 2026, getting, you know, like affiliate status. The second one is to also institutionalize the engagement of national human rights institutions with the African Committee. You remember when I was making my presentation, I spoke a bit about the disparity in the engagement with the Commission, with the Banjul Commission and the Committee. And I think one of the critical factor is the fact that there is an institutionalized engagement, the NHRI Forum, which is constantly aired on the margin of the session of the Banjul Commission. So we also pledge to, you know, ensure the institutionalization of NHRI's engagement, and we're currently also working on an MOU with the committee itself. The last one, of course, and this also speaks to the issue raised by the representative of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, is to provide technical support for National Human Rights Institution on submission of alternate report to the African Committee. Thanks.
Thank you so much. The one concluding word that I would like to say is states parties that are in the room, please engage with the partners, write down the pledges and the follow-up. I think starting from UNICEF, where they mentioned the fact that their engagement actually goes as far as supporting data collection throughout drafting and making submissions and doing follow-up. I think all the actors can feed in this process. And thank you so much to all my panelists. And in my local language, there's a saying, a proverb which says, Hamsalomi, land so shekem no, lamsaso, ket no, which loosely translates to 50 lemons are heavy burdens for one person, but a beauty to hold by 50 people. I think state party reporting is just the same like that. A state cannot effectively, regularly, and timely make reporting without the support of the partners. And when we share obligation, I think an African proverb of if you want to run fast, run alone, and if you want to run fast, far, walk together, run together. With that, I conclude this session, and please applause my wonderful panelists, and then provide the chair, the mic. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup. Et moi, je demande aussi à ce qu'on applaudisse.
Thank you very much. I think that we should also clap for the moderator who had a wonderful mastery of this session. Thank you very much. And through this approach, this inclusive approach, this collaborative approach, and participative, of course, where all the stakeholders are taking, are taking part in the process of reporting, we will move on to another question. I will allow you, sir, to leave the panel, and I would call upon the participants of the second panel So while the others are getting ready, the second panel is about the Committee on National Mechanisms of Implementation, Reporting and Monitoring. We will have a secretariat presentation by Madam Bahaftu Mahaju, but also we will have this, this shock of ideas. We will have Mauritania and Mauritania and Kenya that will share with us, indeed, the experience when it comes to the implementation of this national mechanism. While we're waiting for the panelists to take place, I think it will be judicious, or sagacious rather, of us to have a prelude. Khomotso, you are there, you can come in. You can give us this energizer. Bonsoir, honorable membre. Je vous prie de vous lever pour cette énergisant cet exercice. Je vous prie de vous lever. Voilà, voilà, voilà. Merci, merci de vous lever. Alors, imitez notre ami qui est sur l'écran, s'il vous plaît. And now, I think that we'll move on to the panel. Of course, Honorable Robert will be the moderator of this panel, because indeed he's the head of this working group regarding reporting and decision-making. 'Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I know this is the graveyard shift, but given what Homotso has served us with, we should be able to stay awake for the next 1 hour or so. So I would like to welcome you to this specific technical panel on national mechanisms for implementation, reporting, and follow-up. And I recognize your excellencies, representatives of states parties, honorable members of the committee, Ms. Fatouba from Senegal, Ms. Caroline Meres from Kenya, Mr. Lab Bosef from Mauritania. I recognize colleagues from the Secretariat of the committee, ladies and gentlemen in your various capacities. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this panel on national mechanisms for implementation, reporting, and follow-up, and as national structures that are established by states to coordinate the implementation of human rights obligations, prepare reports to treaty bodies, track follow-up on recommendations, and engage with actors at regional and international level. I believe this session forms an integral part of our reporting forum, and your participation affirms our collective commitment to advancing children's rights across the continent. As you'll recall, throughout today's discussions, we have followed quite a logical and purposeful progression. We began with reflections on the value and structure of state-party reporting systems, advanced through comparative insights from the UNCRC, the African Commission, and examined the central importance of child participation. And we also went ahead to hear state experiences and stakeholder perspectives from UNICEF, the CSO Forum, Save the Children, and national human rights institutions. This sequence, I believe, has grounded us both conceptually and practically, which culminates into this specific panel where we now engage directly with institutions responsible for making reports and implementation happen at the national level. As we consider the gaps, the challenges, and opportunities in implementation and reporting, it's necessary that we recognize that NMIRFs are not peripheral administrative units, but rather public coordination hubs with the potential to transform how national reporting is conducted, how follow-up is tracked, how ministries communicate, and how decisions of this committee translate into the outcomes for children. I believe these mechanisms play a vital role in enhancing implementation of the committee's recommendations and improving the reporting status. As the committee, we remained mindful that bridging implementation gaps and clearing reporting backlogs require sustained collaboration with member states parties, strengthened engagement with NMIRFs as one of the most effective and sustainable pathways towards achieving this. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of this panel is informed by 3 specific aspects. 1, collaboration; 2, enhancement; and 3, improvement. So that is to strengthen collaboration between the committee and NMIRFs in order to enhance implementation of the committee's decisions, and thirdly, to improve the timeliness and quality of state reporting. More specifically, we aim to provide a platform for the national reporting units to share experiences and good practices, to identify challenges, structural gaps in preparing these reports, to explore the mandate and structure and functioning of NMIRFs, to disseminate the committee's decisions and findings from the study on implementation, to facilitate dialogue for practical collaboration, to promote peer learning on coordination and follow-up mechanisms, and to strengthen understanding on the role of NMIRFs that they play in ensuring timely reporting. So for purposes of our session, this is the structure that we shall follow. We shall start with a technical overview from Ms. Awatef Mahjoub from the Secretariat, outlining the committee's work, recommendations relating to these national monitoring and reporting frameworks, findings on the study of implementation regarding the same, and I believe this will anchor our discussion with the normative frameworks already developed. Then this will lead us to the central segment on experience sharing, how mandates and institutional structures are exercised in practice, the current reporting status and lessons for engagement, the spaces of coordination with ministries and government agencies, the spaces of consultation and engagement with civil society, among others, information management, documentation and preparation of reports. I believe following these presentations, the floor will then open for discussion, where I will encourage collegial exchange, practical reflection, and solutions that strengthen the national systems. So I look forward not to a dead afternoon, but a rich session with insight, with honest analysis grounded in commitment. And I believe we shall be able to shape mechanisms that make reporting effective, implementation measurable, and child rights a lived reality across the continent. Having spoken for the last 4 hours, now a round of applause to Ms. Awatef on the brief technical overview outlining the committee's work and recommendations. You have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Honorable Robert, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Once again, good afternoon. I'm going to present on the work of the committee regarding the national mechanism implementation of and reporting and follow-up, and also specifically on the recommendation of the committee related to this mechanism. Before I start, allow me to recall this morning how we heard repeated references to the establishment of new reporting structures, national coordination committees, and inter-ministerial mechanism created to prepare state party reports. Actually, it is exactly within this landscape or this context where more and more states are developing national structure that the committee has intensified its own work on this structure with the view to ensure to support member states in their efforts, and also to close the implementation and reporting gap, and to ensure that this mechanism they give due regard to children's rights in their work, to ensure that children's rights are translated into concrete results on the ground. So the committee work is built on several pillars. I don't see my presentation, so I can continue waiting they project the presentation. So the committee work on this mechanism is built on several pillars. Let me say if the committee actually drawn inspiration from the good practice of the UN system, as the idea of the establishment of this mechanism is not new, but is grounded in many international standards, particularly from the UN United Nations human rights system. The committee here draw inspiration from a number of the UN General Assembly and Human Rights Council resolution, including the most notably Resolution 51 of 2022, which encourages all states to establish or strengthen national mechanism on implementation and follow-up to promote compliance with their human rights obligation. So these efforts at the UN level highlight the simple truth that implementation requires actually permanent institutionalized coordination at national level, which is actually similar to what was confirmed at the regional level, and particularly at the committee level. As the committee noted, the growing reporting obligation that states facing, which requires coordination, expertise, and an organized follow-up system. The committee also noted that across the continent, timeliness and periodicity of reporting remain a major challenge, which undermines the monitoring process and prevents states from benefiting from timely and guidance from the committee to improve the implementation of children's rights. The committee also, from its assessment and specifically from the funding of the study on implementation of decision, which was recently.
Please, your space, please.
Noted and it was shown clearly that the main reason for lack of compliance with the reporting obligation is the absence of national mechanisms and the procedures for follow-up and reporting. So it was at the same time noted that countries with institutionalized structure demonstrate a better capability to enhance the implementation and the reporting on the concluding observation of the committee from all human rights mechanism, and in turn meet the reporting obligation and the reporting requirement. So just before I go further, I would like just to clarify and give a definition of this mechanism, as they are different from other national mechanisms with the human rights mandate, such as national human rights institutions. These are government structure anchored in law or decree, and that they have two objectives: to coordinate and prepare reports, to engage with international and regional human rights mechanism, and also to coordinate
your pace, please, your pace.
Obligation and the recommendation emanating from this mechanism. So they have
the marathon is not helping.
Report and also
the marathon is not helping. Can the speaker please consider lowering the speed?
In their capacity, what it is needed to address the challenge I previously mentioned regarding reporting, as they bring four capacities, including the engagement capacities, which refer to engage and liaise with the international and regional human rights bodies, as well as within the state party itself, to organize and centrally coordinate interaction with the human rights mechanism. Also, they facilitate the preparation of reports and the response to or organize the visit of international and regional human rights mechanism, such as the committee. Also, they have the capacity to coordinate, which the authority to disseminate information and to organize and coordinate information and gathering and collection of data and information from government entities and others. Also, they have the consultation capacity, which refers to the capacity to foster and lead meaningfully consultation for reporting and follow-up with civil society organizations and national human rights institutions. And finally, they have the capacity of information management capacity, which refers to the ability to track the issuance of recommendation and made by human rights mechanism. So before I also continue, I would like just to briefly mention that it is important to differentiate the type of implementation reporting system here while we are speaking about national mechanism on implementation and reporting. They are different from the traditional human rights units or interministerial committee. There is actually four types. There is ministerial mechanism, which they are located within a single ministry. There is ad hoc interministerial mechanism, which they are temporary or flexible bodies, and single interministerial mechanism, more formal coordination. And the national mechanism, which they're the most institutionalized, and we can say they're a standing mechanism created by legislation. And there is the hybrid also form. But the national human rights mechanism on implementation and report are the most sophisticated and institutionalized mechanism. So I'm going to speak about the committee work here. The committee has integrated this mechanism into several aspects of its work and has undertaken a series of initiatives to guide and support states. This can be also, I can here mention the resolution number 16 of 2022, which call for the establishment of national mechanism. Also, the resolution 23, which is a dedicated resolution adopted by the working group on implementation of decision of the committee. The committee also organized an experience sharing on this mechanism during its 44th session. And last session, the committee launched its study on implementation of decision, which also gave a recommendation toward the strengthening and the establishment of this mechanism. So all these efforts are aimed to strengthen this mechanism and embedding implementation at domestic structures. So let me now turn to the recommendation of the committee. So the committee recommendations span a wide range of area, from calling to the establishment of this mechanism to strengthening their functioning mandate and resourcing them, and enhancing collaboration between them and the committee. So I'm going to here mention as you can see from my presentation, I'm going to highlight the recommendation that was mentioned in the resolution number 23, but they was already reiterated in the study of implementation of decision. So the main recommendation by the committee to member states is to create this mechanism with the legal basis. So the committee recommended member states to establish national mechanism on implementation, reporting, and follow-up through legislative framework with a clear mandate and formal structure that includes follow-up the implementation of treaty obligation, implementation and recommendation and decision of the committee. Also, the committee recommended the member state to provide the necessary resources to this mechanism, which has to be allocated through the national budget in accordance with each state legal and administrative system. The committee also recommended member states to ensure that the work of this mechanism incorporates the participation of national human rights institutions, CSOs, and other state agencies involved in children's rights. Also, to strengthen coordination efforts, transparency, and public engagement to enhance existing national implementation reporting system, and to enhance the capacity and effectiveness of this mechanism through continuous training. Also to ensure that children, their representative organization, and other key stakeholders are actively engaged and fully participate in the work of this mechanism. And the committee also encouraged to facilitate close and strong engagement and collaboration between this mechanism and the committee, including through reporting and participation in follow-up activity and engagement platforms, and in that connection take appropriate measures to facilitate meetings between the committee and the national mechanism. And whenever the committee decides to conduct a follow-up mission on the implementation of its decision or conclude an observation in the concerned member state are encouraged to facilitate this meetings and these missions. So the committee also called on member states to facilitate engagement and interaction between the committee, country rapporteurs, and national mechanism to enable necessary communication and meetings with relevant persons. And finally, regarding member states, the committee recommended the designation of national focal points of the committee within this mechanism to deal with matters related to monitoring and implementation of decision and recommendation. As for also the resolution provided the recommendation to the mechanism themselves. So the committee in this the resolution 23, the committee called upon this mechanism to ensure that their implementation, reporting, and follow-up processes give appropriate attention to the monitoring and enforcement of children's rights in the African Children's Charter. So in addition to reporting to other regional and international mechanisms, it is important for this mechanism to give due regard to the implementation and the reporting on children's rights to the committee. Also to ensure that the state fulfill their reporting obligation by establishing calendar of their reporting schedule to the committee, and that state reports are compiled and submitted in a timely manner to the committee, to ensure that states comply with the committee, with the charter and the decision and the recommendation of the committee from its various mandates. Also to develop, especially to develop a roadmap and action plans for the implementation of recommendation and decision of the committee, and to ensure that there is coordination and collaboration among various government ministries, agencies, and offices working on children's rights. And the committee went beyond the coordination and this effort to call for a national mechanism.
You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
To promote the ratification of the charter and the withdrawal of reservation by states to the committee, state parties to the committee, and ensure the cluster of the committee recommendation are promptly shared and disseminated at national level. So this resolution and the committee, also recommendation of the committee in its study on the implementation of decision, all of them available on the website of the committee. So to conclude, I would like, it is important to say that this mechanism, they have an important role as they create an institutional bridge to reduce fragmentation of efforts at national level, and also to improve timeliness and strengthen compliance. This is how we move from recommendation on paper to results and practice, and it is important for this mechanism to collaborate with the committee, as this is not the collaboration between the committee and this mechanism is not an optional. It is essential as for closing the implementation and reporting gap. And the committee strongly encourage member state and the mechanism themselves, the member state to establish and strengthen this mechanism, and invite all this mechanism and member state to whether standing mechanism or other reporting system to work closely with the committee and implement its recommendation in its resolution and study. Thank you so much. Thank you.
A round of applause. May we clap if we wish to clap. A round of applause for our Thank you very much for giving us that normative grounding. There is a saying in the human rights spaces, and I think Prof. France will agree with me that there are always those three stones that inform the proper implementation of any human rights mechanism: the normative, the institutional, and the implementational aspects. So having been grounded in the normative aspects, we now wish to add to the recipe. Are we going to add more jollof rice? Are we going to add more pepper? So it's at this point that we want to hear from our colleagues from Senegal, Kenya, and Mauritania on three specific aspects. One, the question of establishment, the national mechanisms for implementation, reporting, and follow-up established in their countries. If they are not, what is the equivalent that they have that plays this purpose? Then secondly, the aspect of coordination. How do they coordinate in the event that they are established, or whatever quasi-units they have in their states? How do they coordinate? And the interesting and last matter to speak to is the aspect of budgeting. I hope you all remember our theme for this year, budgeting. So the first question would be whether national mechanisms for implementation, reporting, and follow-up are established in their country, whether by legal instrument or otherwise. And secondly, how these national monitoring units coordinate with line ministries, with agencies, and other key stakeholders with regard to implementation, and also insights on whether they have budgeting, but most importantly, human resources in terms of allocation for purposes of the work that they do. So I'll start by giving the floor to Ms. Fatouba from Senegal to give us her insights around the three aspects of establishment, coordination, and budget and human resources. Ms. Fatouba, you have the floor and you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, distinguished moderator, Excellency, honorable members of the committee, ladies and gentlemen. It is an indelible pleasure for me to partake to this session of experience sharing on behalf of the government of Senegal. The national mechanism on follow-up mechanism in Senegal is an interministerial mechanism created by the presidential decree 2018 or 15th November 2018, and detailing the functioning of the National Consultative Commission on Humanitarian and Human Rights. This council is a permanent structure hosted within the tenet of the Ministry of Justice, composed by the representatives of all the ministerial departments, National Assembly, and a big chunk of civil society organizations who are more anchored than National Institution of Human Rights, namely the Commission Nationale of Human Rights and the National Agency of Statistics and Demography. In this regard, it is incumbent on it to collect data and establish and draft the reports on human rights at the national regional level, and the presentation of periodic report of Senegal and other subsequent documents drafted by the government directed to the organs dealing with the surveillance of human rights. It is also tasked to collaborate with other mechanisms, namely the organs of treaty, periodic universal reports, and coordinate and control the follow-up and of the implementation at the national level of the convention obligations and recommendations emanating from the mechanisms of human rights. The Council also studies studiously the harmonization of legislative text and in other instrumental and regional tools, and ensures it plays an advisory role to the government in pursuance of humanitarian actions, and as well emits its advices on questions pertaining to the protection and promotion of human rights and international humanitarian law. This council meets once per month and on an extraordinary basis upon the convocation of its chair, and chaired by the Minister of Justice, and In his absence, the permanent secretary of the council will take charge. The minutes of the councils will be established by this permanent secretary and undergirding its activities to the Ministry of Justice. Subsequently, in examining the last copy of the report of the 33rd ordinary session from the 18th to the 25th March of 2019, the committee of ACERWC had invited Senegal to submit its reports in August 2022 and mainstreamed all the recommendations. And the process of the drafting of this very report was laid under the Directorate of Human Rights in collaboration and synchrony with the Ministry of Family, Gender and Protection of the Child, or the Children. This is named today as Ministry of Family and Solidarity through the Directorate of Promotion of Human Rights and Protection of Children and involvement of the civil society organizations, NGOs and technical partners and funders. This process was supported by the Regional Bureau of the UNHCR based in Dakar, and this report was validated by the National Consultative Council on Human Rights. With regard to the National Institution of Human Rights, in French acronym Commission Nationale of Droits de l'Homme, which is an independent institution supported by the government, created and invested with a mandate to protect human rights at the national level. In Senegal, the genesis started in 1970 with the National Committee of Human Rights of Senegal under the Decree 70 of the 24th April 1970. The priority was the public sensitization with a blueprints inspired by the UN. When the Parliament adopted legislation promulgated on the 10th March and conferred it the status of independent organ, this marked the achievement and established Senegal in the pathway of promotion and institutionalized in consonancy with civil society organizations and the government. And in 2012, when Senegal lost its status of international accreditation, sanctioned in between incongruities between good intentions and the exigencies stemming from the principle of Paris, which explained that the National Assembly voted unanimously on the 9th September 2024, the decree creating the National Commission of Human Rights, substituting the Senegalese Committee of Human Rights, which is a propitious moment, a momentous period, erecting CNDS as an independent entity, bequeathed with financial autonomy, clarifying its rules of independent rules and organizing a pluralism of the composition as per international norms. And the Decree 032/321 of 2024 came to enhance the modalities of application for an efficacious functioning operation throughout the breast of Senegal using regional antenna. This renewed framework responds to a clear ambition, enabling Senegal to recover its A status so as to buttress its voice throughout the international human rights institutions and internally promoting efficaciously the fundamental human right. CNDH then became a space of recourse, of reorientation to the services of organizations, and it helps in preventing, protecting, and promoting. It can be seized by the particular, by individuals, associations, or other institutions, and it can be seized by whoever, and gathers information and leads observing fact-finding missions and emitting thematic reports and formulating recommendations, be it on modifying text and adjusting practices and enhancing legislations. And these are achievements. With now CNDH becoming an independent entity with a guarantee of nomination, pluralism, and transparency, and the means. And to achieve And to discharge of its mission, the council is composed as the following: the presidency, vice presidency, and a permanent secretary, and a vice permanent secretary. The members are representative from the Prime Minister's office, from the ministerial department, representative from the civil society organizations, with a know of humanitarian law chosen on competencies in pertaining to human rights or humanitarian law. And the members of this council are appointed by a decree of the Ministry of Justice under the propositions of experts, and the Bureau is supported by the following commissions: a civil commission, a socio-economic commission, a commission of rights pertaining to environment and solidarity and peace, and a commission of humanitarian law. The Minister of Justice determines the modalities, the know-how of placement of technical commissions. With regard to the budget allocated or affected to this committee, to the council, this is a necessary budget in the discharge of its mission. It is prepared and executed under the authority of the Minister of Justice via the Permanent Secretary of the Council. So, Sami, thank you so very much.
Fatuba, you've actually saved us 2 minutes, and thank you for that detailed engagement on the establishment as an interministerial mechanism. You've spoken to aspects of coordination and collaboration and how critical meetings are for purposes of coordination. You've also given us insights into the spaces of financial authority, insights into composition and appointment of the council. Thank you very much. We shall now cross to close to the Indian Ocean, and we shall hear from Miss Caroline Merez.
Thank you very much, Honorable Robert. So, Honorable Chair and committee members, distinguished delegates from member states, civil society organizations present, our children present, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Just for context, the children population in Kenya is 42.2%. That is as of Kenya Vital Statistics report of last year. And on that note, we are very keen as government on safeguarding the rights and welfare of children. And this, of course, is evidenced by the robust legal and policy framework that we have as a country. The Constitution speaks very clearly on the rights of children. We have a law that is specific on children, that is the Children Act, Chapter 141, the laws of Kenya that came into force in 2022. We have very strong child rights institutions, both state and non-state, and we have cultivated an environment that allows for very close collaboration between the government, civil society organizations, UN agencies, and other stakeholders in service delivery to children. Child participation is also integral to decision-making in Kenya, and we try as much as we can to engage children meaningfully in matters that concern them, and we have a structure established and funded by government called the Kenya Children's Assembly. So we ratified the charter in the year 2000, and we are up to date with our reporting obligations. We submitted our initial report in 2007, our first periodic report in 2014. We did a combined second and third report in 2019, and we, this year in October, we submitted what we call our fourth report, but the committee calls it the third report. We were slightly late, slightly over a year late, but in terms of reporting, we are up to date, both for CRC and for the Charter. And in each reporting period, we try to progressively implement the Charter and, of course, address the concluding observations issued to us by the committee following the considerations of our report. And we look forward to the consideration of our report. Yeah. And so, for us, state party reporting in Kenya is grounded in law. our constitution is very clear. It says that all treaties and conventions that we have ratified as a country are an automatic source of law. And so to give effect to this provision, we have two laws with regard to children, of course. We have the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, which mandates the Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs and the Attorney General, and of course the relevant State Department, to facilitate the preparation and submission of reports to the relevant treaty bodies. And then to further operationalize this provision, of course specific to children's rights, we then have the Children Act. And the Children Act takes into account the multifaceted nature of children's services. Children's services in Kenya is offered across ministries. So the Act establishes the National Council for Children's Services. And one of the key functions of the National Council for Children's Services is to monitor the implementation of treaties and conventions that Kenya has ratified and report on behalf of the state. It is also the body, the government body mandated by the same law to engage with the different treaty bodies on matters relating to children on behalf of the state. So what we are saying here is that NCCS, that is the National Council for Children's Services, is a legally established state agency. We sit under the Ministry of Gender, Culture, and Children's Services in the State Department of Children's Services. Now, the State Department of Children's Services was recently created by the President, a few months old, but of course that that is very telling of the goodwill that the children of Kenya enjoy from government. And so the core mandate of NCCS is to regulate, coordinate, and oversight children's services in Kenya. We are also the body that advises the government on all matters concerning children. Now, the composition of NCCS is such that at the board, which is the leadership of the council, sits representatives of government and civil society organizations that render services to children. And so, as I had earlier mentioned, of course, children's services are rendered by both state and non-state agencies. We complement each other quite well. And then within government, we have two levels of governance. We have the national and the county governments, and then several ministries, departments, and agencies. And so again, NCCS coordinates all these actors in service delivery and in reporting. Now, when it comes to preparing state party reports, the National Council for Children's Services, in the year that we start preparing our reports, we constitute a national technical working group, and with representation from both state and non-state agencies. Why we do this during each reporting period is because, of course, with government, people are transferred, people move, so you cannot have one officer in every ministry or agency dedicated to state party reporting. So we write to these agencies to nominate officers for purposes of reporting. But then when it comes to implementation of the charter, we engage with the departments and the specific focal points for children's services in those ministries, departments, and agencies. So we also work quite closely when it comes to reporting with the Council of Governors, and this is because the county governments report to the Council of Governors on service delivery. We work quite well with the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. They form part of the technical working group for reporting. We also work with the Commission on Administrative Justice, that is the Office of the Ombudsman, and the National Gender and Equality Commission. These are independent constitutional bodies, but we work closely with them because they address certain aspects on child rights. And then, of course, this TWG is led by NCCS. And so in the initial meeting, we sit together and draw our work plan, of course, with the timelines and budgets, and budgets for all the activities that we are going to undertake as we prepare this report right up to the time we submit the report to the committee. And so one of the key mandates of this TWG is to assess the level of implementation of, one, the concluding recommendations in their respective institutions, and of course, over and above that, what else beyond the concluding observations they have done in their respective agencies in furtherance of, in further implementing the Charter. And so, as a country, we have developed tools. We have a statistical matrix and we have a status matrix where we collapse the concluding observations and then, of course, identify which agency is responsible for what aspect. And then we try to rank the implementation. We use the red, amber, green, so red is for nothing done, amber is for we are working towards it, and green is for fully implemented. And then we also do the same for our statistical matrix. And then this then is further collapsed into a draft report that is subjected to several processes, including consultations with different agencies, in the past, we've done regional. When the budget allows, we even conduct regional consultations. And we also involve children in our reporting. So these matrices are, of course, aligned to the state reporting guidelines, but very simple so that we are all able to understand, and we are very specific on how then we address the concluding observations and other interventions that we as a country have committed to undertaking to advance child rights. After we have compiled the report, we subject it to a national validation exercise. Again, multi-stakeholder, multi-agency. Once this is done, of course, we incorporate the views from validation into the report and then forward it to the Attorney General's office for moderation. And then thereafter, it goes
I'm sorry to almost cut you short. You have a minute.
It's all right.
Thank you.
Thank you. To the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who then forward it to the committee through the designated diplomatic channels. So we said we involve children in the process, both physically and virtually. Of course, through the Children's Assembly, we seek for parental consent, and we adhere to our national data protection laws. In our last report, we involved about 360 children representatives from the Kenya Children's Assembly from different parts of the country. While we do not engage directly with Parliament in state party reporting as a state agency mandated for reporting, the Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs coordinates all ministries and departments in the preparation of an annual presidential report on the progress made by the country in fulfilling the international obligations of the Republic of Kenya, that then His Excellency the President presents to Parliament. This is an annual report. Then, even after working very closely with our CSO colleagues, they support the process both technically and financially. They also prepare their complementary report, and for us, we look at it as a way of providing a balanced view of Kenya's implementation of the Charter. And then, once the report is here, we get the list of issues. We respond again in the same manner. The TWG stands until we have concluded this process. And then we disseminate. NCCS then disseminates the concluding remarks to stakeholders at the national level, and then who then cascade the same to stakeholders at other levels of governance. One of the structures we use here is the Children Advisory Committees, which are multi-sectoral grassroots structures that coordinate service delivery at the community level. So whether we budget for state party reporting, first, of course, at the National Council for Children's Services, there's a department dedicated for state party reporting. There's even a focal person for coordinating all activities with regard to state party reporting. State party reporting is a recurring item in the budget, and it covers all state party obligations for the CRC, the Charter, and the Hague Convention and other processes that we take part in, because we also engage with the African Charter on human and people's rights, and we also participate in the UPR process. So this budget covers all that. We rely on the data systems, the information management systems that all the other ministries have. The National Council for Children's Services is yet to establish a national children database. And so that is one of the challenges that we have. Another challenge is child participation. The process, engaging children in state party reporting is not structured. And so while we might want to engage as many children as possible, or even the entire structure of the Kenya Children's Assembly, it has been a challenge. And then, of course, finances, even when we budget, because initially we would budget for state party reporting. But we thought, when you say state party reporting, it looks like an event. So we budget for state party obligations.
My apologies, I'll have to cut you short, but I think some of the conversations will come in when we're having the Q&A. But thank you very much. This is much appreciated. I'll move to Mr. Labsef from Mauritania. In light of the fact that we now see a different perspective, we see the central role of data in light of the number of children as part of the population of the country of Kenya, the aspects of coordination and complementarity and budgeting as part of the bigger perspective. Can you give us insights from Mauritania? Thank you very much. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Firstly, I would like to say that my country is moved.
على مستوى 4 دوائر. هي الدائرة الإفريقية حيث تقدم تقاريرها إلى اللجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب، وقد كان آخر تقرير قدمته هو التقرير السابع سنة 2022 وهي
Rights and People. And
إن شاء الله. فيما يتعلق بلجنة
with regards to the African
سنة 2019 وقد أرسلت تقريرها الدوري الأول وهي تنتظر
sent and on the Arabic level it has submitted the report on the Arab Human Rights Committee and also on the Islamic Human Rights Organization, and also it moves on like treaty-based mechanisms and non-treaty mechanisms. With regards to the national mechanisms, the Commission for Human Rights, Humanitarian Action and Relations with the Civil Society, under the Decree 247/2008, is responsible for implementing national human rights policy, including preparing national reports, submitting them, and following up on their recommendations. And this is done through institutional coordination among ministerial sectors, national institutions, and civil society to ensure accuracy and comprehensiveness of data. And since we are talking about the national institutions, I would like to salute my colleague Ngeda from the National Commission on Human Rights. There is also a technical committee, multi-sectoral technical committee. It's called the CITER. It is a mechanism mandated of drafting the reports and also to follow up on the implementation of recommendation. It was established in 2014 with reforms in 2018, 2021, and 2024, and includes more than 20 ministerial sectors. The Article 2 of the decision establishing this committee provides that it is responsible for collecting information to prepare reports in line with the guidance of the UN treaty bodies and the special procedures, the working group on the UPR, and the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the Arab Human Rights Committee, and any other mechanism requiring reports from reports. It also follow up on the implementation of recommendation accepted by the government of Mauritania from these mechanisms, as well as the recommendations from the US State Departments with regards to combating trafficking in persons. There are also 5 types of reports. There is the initial report submitted after the state's accession to the treaty, and also the periodic report, the combined report, and the complementary report, and the follow-up report. The periodicity, or the national report cycle, is there is the state obligations, then the interactive dialogue, and the issuance of recommendations, and also the implementation and follow-up. The methodology for preparing reports, it is based on collecting data from sectors, analyzing previous commitments, drafting the report according to the guidelines and directives of the treaty commitment, the national consultation and the government approval, and submitting the report and discussing it in an interactive dialogue session. The follow-up mechanism, which is the database, it is a very important mechanism, as it enables the government for monitoring and implementing the recommendations, and it was developed in cooperation with the Office of the with the High Commissioner for Human Rights to follow up on the implementation of the recommendation. And it allows the classification of recommendation by the mechanism, and it enables the civil society participation also. And there is also continuous updating of progress made and measures taken in response to recommendations, and also facilitating access to information for human rights organizations, and updating the working tools of the Commissioner for Human Rights and Human Action, and also enhance the transparency in the process of implementing recommendations. The statistics with regards to the recommendations, our country have received 1,599 recommendations from 29 documents across 16 international mechanisms, and 180 recommendations from 3 regional mechanisms. And when we talk about regional mechanisms, we mean the African Commission on the Rights, on the People and People Rights, and the Arabic Committee. If there are any needs for details, I have statistics. I think it will take a lot of time, and we can just send it to the Secretariat directly. The Universal Periodic Review from 2010 to 2021, and also the special, we have also special procedures visits we have received from 2008 to 2025, 10 visits, and we have 1,799 recommendations received. The role of the diplomat, or the diplomatic role, there is no doubt that it is an essential to represent the state during interactive dialogues, and objectively defending the national human rights policy, and presenting a realistic and balanced picture of progress and efforts. And this responsibility requires precise knowledge of the content and of the national reports. And one of the best practices is actually to appoint an advisor advisor of human rights in each diplomatic mission of Mauritania. And one of the best practices also to issue a special edition of the Gazette that includes all the text of the African treaties on human rights ratified by Mauritania. And we have also issued a special edition of the Gazette about the international conventions on human rights. But why in the formal Gazette? Because in order to build an interactive dialogue with the stakeholders, the judges say that they cannot deal with the treaty if they don't have a text. That's why we have published those texts, and also the African treaties is also published in the official newspaper. This is one of the manifestations, and also with regards to budget, the government of Mauritania take care of all the financial burdens of these established bodies, established through decrees, and it is responsible also for all the training and their visits. In conclusion, the national reports are not merely periodic documents, and following up the recommendations ensures the sustainability of progress in human rights, and the diplomat is the voice of the state and its human rights representative before the world, and institutional coordination is the key to success in this world. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lab, and a round of applause to all our panelists for helping us with the time management in light of the interesting conversations. So I'll open up the floor for a few interventions and questions, starting with the state parties present in the room. If there are any state parties that wish to make an intervention, may we know at this point? Going once. Yes, Libya, you have the floor. Thank you.
Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank all the panelists, and they have enriched the discussions and they have shared their experience. I also would like to thank Ms. Awad for the presentation and the conclusion and the important recommendations that actually that was precise, and it is very important recommendations, have a lot of topics that are a matter of interest for us as states and the other organizations. So we hope that these recommendations will transform into a program of action that could benefit many countries as exchanging of experience, setting up joint programs and partnerships with the UN organizations specialized in human resource development. It is very important, and we hope from the committee to put those recommendations in a practical context, and also we would like to call on state members on how to follow up on those recommendations, and we always wish that our programs are subject to discussions and analysis. So if we reach recommendations, we must set up programs and action plans. Thank you very much.
Very much, Libya. That speaks volumes to aspects of coordination. And I think coming from you that the aspect of transformation of these conversations into action points and programs for action is very instructive. Any other state party that wishes to take the floor? We shall move to members of the committee who wish to make an intervention. Honorable Anne, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the floor. It's just a question to the state party we've just presented. To what extent do they involve the committee or the committee secretariat in terms of receiving capacitation on how to write the state party report? Sorry, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Anne. That's a critical question. Any other members, any other member of the committee who wishes to take the floor? Honorable Bekrin, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Modérateur. Je remercie tous les États qui ont présenté.
Thank you to the moderator. I would like to thank all those who have submitted their reports, but I'd like to know if at the country level there's already a focal point. in order to work on the recommendations, given that this is technical work. And I would like these countries to activate these periodic reporting teams so that we have reports submitted on time in order to know what are the commitments made by the states in terms of the Charter of the Rights and Well-being of the Child. We need to know what the mechanisms that you're putting in place in order to boost these organizations so that they can respect submission of reporting to the ACERWC. Thank you.
If there is no other member of the committee, Honorable Chair, do you have a question? We shall open up the floor to persons in this room. Participants, any interventions or questions for the panelists? I'll request the panelists to weigh in on those questions, aspects of coordination, aspects of capacity building involving the Secretariat, and the question on focal points for purposes of recommendations. I'll start with Ms. Kaya from Kenya.
I think I will speak on the involvement of the committee in capacity building. And I think we have enjoyed, as a country, I think we have enjoyed very good support from the committee in terms of building our capacity as a national body mandated for reporting. And I remember last year, I think during the session of November last year, we had a very we had a consultative meeting with the committee that then just unlocked our reporting that we had delayed for. I said we reported slightly over a year, and so when we had that meeting, we were able to fast track our reporting, and so that is why we have been able to submit our report. We also engage quite closely on specific aspects on child rights. We participate in meetings. We seek we seek for guidance, and yeah, I would say that we enjoy a very good. We have a very good relationship, and we enjoy great support from the committee. And then I think on the issue of the country focal point, I think for us, like I have said, the National Council for Children's Services is a national focal point for reporting and monitoring the implementation of the Charter. And we are anchored, we are a legally established body for that purpose. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Caroline. I'll now move to Ms. Fatu. On those two questions of focal points and extent to which you involve the Secretariat for purposes of capacity building. Thank you.
Alors, pour le Sénégal, il appartient au Conseil consultatif national des droits humains et des droits.
We're talking about international and humanitarian rights. And of course, the right to call upon meetings and to have capacity building within all the ministries. And in Senegal, we also have the National Commission of Human Rights that has been recently established, and that has sensitization activities. And of course, it works on the basis of these periodic reports. Now, for the focal points, you're asking if we have a focal point. Not yet. However, I believe that the SCNDH that is here present has expressed the need for us to have a focal point, but also for the budget, so that we can raise our budget and have of course, headquarters for the National Council for Human Rights. Of course, we need to respect all these points in order to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fatuba. I'll now turn to Mr. Labusef to weigh in on those few points. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you know, we started interacting with the African Committee of Experts and Mauritania. It was recently we started this collaboration, but we are comfortable with the level of cooperation with the committee, and we look forward to entrench this cooperation and to benefit from the expertise and training workshops that or capacity building that could be provided to our country after we submit our first periodic report. This is with regards to the cooperation with the committee. And with regards to the second question, please remind me. Okay, it is about the focal point. Up to my knowledge, there is no focal point, but I will include it in my report when I come back. I will include it. I will mention that it is imperative to appoint a national focal point for the sake of positive interaction with this august and important committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your interventions. There are key aspects that have come across: the importance of data for purposes of implementation, purposes of establishing the focal points, purposes of coordination, and remembering that the common denominator is the child, and if the child is forming up to almost 50% of your population, it's important that data plays a very critical role. Secondly, that implementation is a collective for all of us. The narrative that it's only for the state, I think that's not getting the right picture. While the state bears the primary obligation, there's a lot that we can do in our different spaces of influence, spaces of engagement, to add to the conversation. And thirdly, that states parties that have not established national monitoring mechanisms should do so. Those that have should inculcate the aspect of focal points as critical key players in this narrative. With those few remarks, thank you for staying awake. Thank you for giving your interventions. And once again, I thank the panel for giving their all at this time of the afternoon. And I hand over to the Honorable Chair. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Merci, Honorable Robert. À mon tour aussi de vous demander.
Thank you, Honorable Robert. I would like the members to applaud you. As a moderator of this panel, we are reaching the end of our long day. It has been quite condensed and dense. We have learned about reporting procedures at an international level with a representative, the Secretary of UNCHR, and also with the regional compendium that allows us to share and see what the possibilities are, the bridges that we could build between our organizations so that we can move together. We had a very good participation with Alain, who really illustrated gracefully his his expectations as far as state parties are concerned. We have several state parties today, 11, that have expressed to us their experiences, their difficulties, and the challenges. And we're able to hear so much with regards to the different mechanisms that were put in place by the majority of state parties. And this is what we would like to find as an adopted mechanism when it comes to all the member states. And these mechanisms should be anchored within our national legislation. And we also had the support of our partners, UNICEF, for instance, Yes for Home, Save the Children, and we also had from NANRI, and thank you so much for your collaboration, as well as your engaged participation. And throughout this moving from a general approach to a specific approach, our committee has put in place for a while a mechanism regarding the working groups for the implementation of recommendation decisions that is led by the Honorable Robert, but also assisted by Madam Hawa Patus Mahdoum, and they showed us clearly that this work must carry on and is extremely important in the sense that all the recommendations and decisions must be, followed up by member states. And we had Senegal and Mauritania, as well as Kenya, that illustrated this fact. I could not finish my speech without thanking our partners, without which we could not have made this possible, CPF and LW Institute, and I thank them yes, and I would like to applaud them together with you. I will give the floor to Dr. Ayalu, who will give you further details with regards to tomorrow's program.
Honorable Chair, thank you, colleagues. On behalf of the Secretariat, we sincerely thank you for this very fruitful session and forum. There have been a lot of back and forth through the colleagues from the Secretariat to organize this forum, and we're very glad that it came out very much right. Thank you for RWI and ACPF on behalf of the Secretariat as well for the support that you have provided. Colleagues to travel all the way from Geneva and Banjul to join us here for this particular forum, and we sincerely appreciate your dedication and your commitment. Maybe just to, with your permission, Chair, to clarify one issue on the issues of counting state party reports that we are receiving. For the member states present in the room, I think it would be important to know that the committee has put in place a mechanism where states can actually submit combined reports, right? So you may, your reports as a country may be due in 2010, let's say. So you owe the committee 3 or 4 reports. So you can actually submit that combined report at once, but that will not be considered as 4 reports. It will be considered as just 1 report. So when the committee counts it, it's just 1 report that you have submitted to the committee, and that will be an initial but combined report. So Kenya, for instance, Kenya has submitted 3 periodic reports and an initial report, so in total it's 4. So from the committee side as well, we are on the same page. You have 4 reports with the committee. You may just hear sometimes us reporting on the status of reports and say that we have received 3 periodic reports from Kenya, 3 periodic reports from Rwanda, for instance. But in total, we have 4 reports, both from Rwanda and Kenya, for instance. So there were also some state parties which have requested us on the way that we count reports. So combined reports are considered as just a report, though they are submitted in a combined format. I think that would be important to note. That being said, the focal person from Secretariat side, Zuelatin, indicated that for this session, indicated there will be a family photo, you said, at the end of this session. So all who have participated in this state party reporting forum since morning, before you leave, please come forward as we conclude the day. We will end it with a family photo. Please come forward here. And tomorrow, we will proceed with our session, yet with another interesting engagements. So we're going to start at 9 o'clock. And we will have the first presentation tomorrow will be our strategic plan for the coming 3 years. So if you would like to know the committee's focus and the strategic interests and thematic areas that the committee is going to focus on in the coming 3 years, you are all invited to come and join in an open session where we're going to consider the draft strategic plan that we have. But we will then proceed to launching a very important document. We've launched the general comment on children without parental care the day before, last week. But this time around, tomorrow, we will be launching the general comment on Article 11 of the African Children's Charter, which is on the right to education. That general comment will be launched tomorrow morning before lunch. And then in the afternoon, we will have a discussion on a study that the committee is working on in the context of children on the move. And then we have some presentations from partners, like including AfriChild. But we will end the day tomorrow with a very specific engagement organized by ACPF. That's the second follow-up to the first ministerial conference on violence against children, which was held in Bogota, Colombia. So ACPF will be leading on that tomorrow afternoon with a panel discussion. So that is a program that we have for tomorrow, and we'll be starting at 9 o'clock sharp, as it's always the case. Thank you so much. Enjoy your evening.